You might be surprised by what I'm about to share, but it's crucial to remain focused about what's unfolding in order to take action. Chosen ones, this truth is exclusively for you, the spiritually awakened. If you've never felt a connection to the unseen world, this message may not resonate. But if you have, prepare to discover the hidden power within you and how the elite actively suppress it. The elite know that spiritual practitioners hold keys to bypassing their control systems, accessing abilities like manifestation, intuitive knowing, and remote healing that operate outside the limitations of the physical realm. I share this not as an academic theory, but as a truth witnessed and experienced through a lifetime dedicated to spiritual awakening. This is a battle that has been waged for centuries, with spiritual leaders and healers targeted for challenging the status quo and threatening established power structures. Prepare to have your perceptions shattered and your understanding of reality forever altered as we expose the hidden dynamics at play. Remember recent world events. Certain factions in the banking world were stunned when a coordinated plan of action was deployed by what some people would call meditators. Before we continue, I need you to do something that will amplify the power of this message. Take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments below. If you're ready to claim your power, prove it by taking these simple steps, as these actions will not only help spread this message, but will also align you with the energy of empowerment and transformation. Type 90099 as a declaration of intention to overcome the elite's influence. Now, with your hearts open and your intentions set, let's dive into the core of this message. What are the hidden powers of spiritual practitioners, and how do the elite suppress them? We will expose specific techniques used to control your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, as well as the historical patterns of persecution against those who dared to challenge the elite's control. This is not just about understanding the problem. It's about reclaiming your power and fulfilling your divine purpose as a chosen one. By the end of this video, you will have the knowledge and tools to overcome the elite's influence and manifest your own destiny. Many have been misled to believe that the journey of the spiritual practitioner is a lonely one, but in truth, you've never been more connected and more supported than you are right now. The work you do here will be memorialized forever. Have you ever had a gut feeling that turned out to be true, even when logic told you otherwise? What if that feeling was a superpower the elite don't want you to access? It's not just a coincidence. It's the hidden power of intuitive knowing, a form of intelligence beyond the five senses. It's the ability to access information and insights from a deeper source, often referred to as the sixth sense, inner guidance, or direct knowing. Intuitive knowing allows you to see through deception, recognize hidden agendas, and make decisions aligned with your true purpose. It's like having a built-in lie detector and truth compass. This makes you far less susceptible to external control. When you operate from intuition, you're less likely to be swayed by manipulative tactics or propaganda. The elite know this, and that's why they actively try to suppress and discredit intuitive abilities. The intuitive practitioner is an individual who has consciously cultivated their intuitive abilities to navigate life with clarity, wisdom, and foresight. They are the ones who trust their gut, follow their inner guidance, and make decisions based on a deep sense of knowing. Consider the story of Jane, an entrepreneur. She was about to sign a major deal that would have expanded her business, but something felt off. Despite the contracts looking solid and her legal team giving the green light, her gut screamed no. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She decided to trust her intuition and hired an independent investigator who uncovered hidden clauses in the contract that would have ultimately bankrupted her company. Jane's intuition saved her from financial ruin, proving that intuitive knowing can be a powerful tool in navigating the complexities of the modern world. But here's the kicker: Jane was ridiculed by her colleagues who were all following the science. Now, let's explore how the elite have historically targeted those who possess strong intuitive abilities, recognizing them as a threat to their power. The historical persecution of witches is a prime example of suppressing intuitive women. The witch trials were not just about irrational fear. They were about silencing women who were deeply connected to nature, possessed extensive herbal knowledge, and offered guidance that challenged the established order. These women were often healers, midwives, and counselors who used their intuitive abilities to serve their communities. By labeling these women as witches, the elite discredited their knowledge, instilled fear in the population, and suppressed a powerful source of feminine intuition. It wasn't about broomsticks and black cats. It was about controlling knowledge and power. The witch trials were a systematic attempt to eliminate those who threatened the established patriarchal order and disconnect people from their own inner wisdom. The suppression of shamanic traditions in indigenous cultures is another example of this pattern. The colonization of indigenous lands often involved the suppression of shamanic practices, where shamans used their intuitive abilities to heal, guide, and connect with the spirit world. These shamans were seen as spiritual leaders and healers who held deep knowledge of the land, its plants, and its people. By labeling shamans as primitive or evil, colonizers justified their suppression, undermining indigenous cultures and disconnecting people from their intuitive wisdom. They replaced these traditions with their own religious and political systems, consolidating their power and control. Consider the story of Joan of Arc. She claimed to receive divine guidance, direct intuitive knowing from God that was discredited by leaders and ultimately cost her life. She was burnt at the stake because her connection to spirit was seen as a threat to earthly rule. Her judges were very concerned that she was not hearing from God through them, but the suppression of intuition is not just a thing of the past. Today, the elite use more subtle, yet equally effective, techniques to keep you disconnected from your inner wisdom. One of the most powerful is engineered consent through media manipulation. The media can subtly shape your perceptions and beliefs through carefully crafted narratives, making you doubt your intuition and trust external sources of information instead. This creates a society where people blindly follow authority rather than trusting their own inner guidance. Consider the narrative around a recent health crisis. A few experts with ties to pharmaceutical companies were given a disproportionate amount of airtime, while alternative voices and intuitive healers were silenced or discredited. The media promoted a single narrative, demonizing anyone who questioned it and creating a climate of fear and conformity. This made it difficult for people to trust their own intuition about their health and well-being. Social media algorithms can also limit your exposure to diverse perspectives. Algorithms are designed to show you content that confirms your existing beliefs, creating echo chambers that reinforce your biases and limit your exposure to different perspectives, hindering your ability to develop a well-rounded intuitive understanding. You are shown more and more of the same, and your world shrinks accordingly. Subliminal messages embedded in advertisements and entertainment can bypass your conscious awareness and influence your subconscious mind, subtly shaping your desires, fears, and beliefs, further dampening your intuition. These messages are designed to bypass your conscious filters and directly influence your subconscious mind, making you more susceptible to manipulation and control. So, how do you reclaim your intuitive abilities and break free from these manipulative forces? We've explored the hidden power of intuitive knowing, the historical persecution of intuitive practitioners, and the modern techniques used to suppress your inner wisdom. But don't despair, chosen ones. You have the power to reclaim your intuition and use it to create a life aligned with your true purpose. In the next section, we'll reveal the secrets of manifestation, the ability to transform your thoughts and intentions into reality, and how the elite are desperately trying to keep this power out of your hands. Share your experiences with intuition in the comments below, and let's create a community of empowered intuitives who are ready to reclaim their power. Have you ever deeply desired something and then watched it materialize in your life? What if that wasn't just coincidence, but a display of a power the elite actively try to undermine. It's called manifestation, the ability to bring your intentions into physical form. It's the process of aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions to consciously create the reality you desire, essentially turning your inner world into your outer world. This is not about wishful thinking. It's about harnessing the fundamental laws of the universe to shape your destiny. Manifestation is a direct threat to the elite because it empowers individuals to become self-sufficient and less reliant on external systems. When people can manifest their own needs and desires, they become less dependent on the resources and structures controlled by the elite, directly challenging their power structure. Think about it, if you can create your own abundance, why would you need to depend on a system designed to keep you indebted and controlled? The elite want you to believe that your success depends on them, but manifestation proves that you hold the keys to your own prosperity. The conscious creator is an individual who understands these laws and consciously uses their thoughts and emotions to shape their reality. They understand the power of focused intention, visualization, and unwavering belief in their ability to create the life they desire. They are not victims of circumstance, but rather active participants in the co-creation of their reality. Picture Sarah, who, despite facing constant rejection from banks for a business loan, visualized her success with such intensity that she attracted an unexpected investor who believed in her vision and funded her entire project, leaving the traditional banking system stunned. Sarah didn't have connections, wealth, or even a perfect business plan, but she had something far more powerful, unwavering faith in her ability to manifest her dream. She embodied the power of a conscious creator, demonstrating that manifestation can circumvent even the most entrenched systems of control. But the elite haven't always sat idly by. Let's delve into historical events where practices related to manifestation were deliberately suppressed, sometimes violently. Ancient mystery schools, like those in Egypt and Greece, taught advanced techniques of visualization, meditation, and energy work, enabling initiates to manifest extraordinary abilities. These schools were centers of esoteric knowledge, where students learned the secrets of the universe and how to harness its power. They understood the connection between the inner and outer worlds and how to consciously create their reality. By destroying these schools or driving them underground, the elite ensured that only a select few had access to this powerful knowledge, maintaining their control over the masses. The knowledge held within these schools was seen as a threat to the established order, as it empowered individuals to question authority and create their own destinies. The suppression of these schools was not just about controlling knowledge, it was about controlling the potential for human empowerment. Consider the persecution of alchemists and their pursuit of turning lead into gold. Alchemists sought to transmute base metals into gold, a metaphor for transforming consciousness and manifesting abundance. Their practices were often ridiculed and outlawed, driving alchemy into secrecy. Alchemy was more than just a scientific pursuit. It was a spiritual path aimed at transforming the alchemists themselves. The transmutation of lead into gold was a symbol of the alchemist's own transformation, from a state of limitation to a state of enlightenment and abundance. By associating alchemy with magic and heresy, the elite discouraged people from exploring these transformative practices, reinforcing the belief that material wealth was only attainable through their control. The elite understood that if people could learn to manifest abundance, they would no longer be dependent on the established systems of wealth and power. This is why they actively suppressed alchemical knowledge, driving it underground and associating it with dangerous and forbidden practices. The Rosicrucian Order, another group that explored similar themes to the alchemists, faced similar persecution for suggesting alternative means to power, especially by suggesting that individuals could take power without allegiance to temporal authority. The elite of today use different, though equally potent means to keep you from consciously creating your reality. What are some of their favorite methods? One of the most insidious is the creation of manufactured desires through consumerism. Consumerism programs you to believe that your worth is tied to your possessions, constantly creating desires that can only be fulfilled through external purchases, distracting you from your inner power to manifest true fulfillment. You are constantly bombarded with messages telling you what you need to be happy, successful, and loved. This creates a sense of lack and dependence on external things, preventing you from recognizing your own innate power to create your own happiness and fulfillment. Consider the beauty industry, which constantly bombards you with images of perfect bodies and flawless skin, creating a sense of inadequacy that can only be solved by purchasing their products, diverting your attention from your innate beauty and self-acceptance. This creates a never-ending cycle of consumption, where you are constantly chasing an elusive ideal that is always just out of reach. The pursuit of instant gratification also undermines the discipline needed for true manifestation. The elite promote a culture of instant gratification, encouraging you to seek immediate pleasures and avoid the hard work and dedication required to manifest long-term goals, keeping you trapped in a cycle of fleeting satisfaction. The elite often use entertainment, sports, and other forms of distraction to keep people preoccupied with trivial matters, preventing them from focusing their energy on manifesting a better world, using tactics employed in ancient Rome. This bread and circus approach keeps people distracted and complacent, preventing them from questioning the status quo and focusing their energy on creating a better future. They want you to be entertained, not empowered. So, how do we cut through the noise and reclaim our power to manifest a reality aligned with our highest potential? We've uncovered the hidden power of manifestation, the historical suppression of manifestation practices, and the modern techniques used to distract you from your creative potential. But don't lose hope, chosen ones. You have the ability to break free from these manipulative forces and consciously create a life filled with abundance, joy, and purpose. In the next section, we'll explore the power of remote healing, the ability to heal others from a distance, and how the elite are trying to discredit this profound ability. Share your manifestation success stories in the comments below, and let's inspire each other to claim our power as conscious creators. Have you ever felt a sense of comfort or healing from someone who wasn't physically present? What if this connection could be harnessed as a powerful tool for transformation that the elite try to discredit? This is the realm of remote healing, the ability to transmit healing energy across distances. It's the practice of intentionally sending positive energy, focused intention, or heartfelt prayer to promote healing in another person, animal, or even a challenging situation, completely unbound by physical location. Remote healing directly challenges the conventional medical establishment and the pharmaceutical industry. The reason? It offers a cost-effective, readily accessible alternative that returns power to the individual. Imagine a world where people are less dependent on expensive treatments and medications, empowered to facilitate their own healing and well-being. This is a direct threat to the current system that profits from illness and dependence on external authorities. The elite benefit from a population that relies on them for healthcare, but remote healing offers a path to self-sufficiency and freedom from this control. Enter the compassionate healer. These are not just ordinary individuals. They are individuals who have cultivated the extraordinary ability to channel healing energy and direct it to those in need. They are driven by a deep wellspring of compassion and empathy, a genuine desire to alleviate suffering and promote wholeness. Think of them as conduits of divine energy, acting as bridges between the seen and unseen realms, facilitating healing on a profound level. This is not about magic or superstition. It's about tapping into the innate healing potential that resides within each of us, a potential the elite actively try to suppress. Consider the story of a group of Reiki practitioners in the heart of London who volunteered their time to send remote healing to patients suffering from chronic pain in a local hospital. Skepticism hung heavy in the air, but the results were undeniable. Patients receiving remote Reiki reported significant reductions in pain levels and faster recovery times compared to the control group. This grassroots initiative not only improved the lives of the patients, but also stunned the medical world, proving that intention and energy can have tangible effects on physical health. Yet despite the positive outcomes, the study faced immense criticism and attempts to discredit its findings, highlighting the resistance to alternative healing modalities within the established medical community. The practitioners were not invited back, and the hospital quietly shelved the results. Remote healing and other non-conventional modalities have historically been targeted by those in power. Let's explore some examples of this suppression. Throughout history, traditional medicine, with its emphasis on holistic approaches and natural remedies, has been systematically undermined in favor of allopathic medicine, a system heavily reliant on pharmaceuticals and medical interventions. This shift wasn't driven by scientific superiority alone. It was fueled by a desire to control the healthcare system and profit from illness, a key tactic of the elite. Allopathic medicine, while undoubtedly valuable in certain situations, often suppressed traditional healing practices like herbalism, acupuncture, and energy work, dismissing them as unscientific and ineffective. This created a monopoly on healthcare, limiting access to alternative treatments and forcing people to rely on expensive, often invasive, medical procedures. Consider the impact this has on indigenous communities who have relied on traditional healing practices for centuries. Their knowledge and wisdom are often disregarded, and their access to healthcare is limited, perpetuating health disparities and further marginalizing these communities. By promoting allopathic medicine as the only legitimate form of healthcare, the elite created a system that is heavily reliant on pharmaceuticals and medical procedures, generating massive profits while marginalizing alternative approaches. The focus shifted from preventing illness to treating symptoms, creating a cycle of dependence on medication and ongoing medical care. This is not to say that allopathic medicine is inherently bad, but rather to highlight the imbalance created by suppressing other potentially beneficial modalities. The elite profit from sickness, and they actively work to maintain this system. Throughout history, healers who offered alternative treatments or challenged the authority of established medical institutions were often ridiculed, ostracized, or even imprisoned. Their knowledge was suppressed, their practices were outlawed, and their voices were silenced, all in the name of protecting the status quo. Think of the wise women and herbalists who were persecuted during the witch trials, their knowledge of natural remedies deemed dangerous and heretical. They were not just victims of religious fervor. They were victims of a system that sought to control healthcare and suppress alternative forms of healing. The elite used propaganda and censorship to discredit these healers, spreading misinformation about alternative healing practices to instill fear and doubt in the population, discouraging people from seeking out these potentially beneficial treatments. This created a climate of fear and suspicion, making it difficult for people to access alternative healthcare options. The media played a crucial role in perpetuating these negative stereotypes, portraying alternative healers as quacks and charlatans. They wanted you to believe that conventional medicine was the only safe and reliable option, even when other treatments might be more effective and less harmful. Consider the historical targeting of midwives in favor of trained obstetricians. Midwives who traditionally assisted women during childbirth were often marginalized, and their practices were deemed unscientific and dangerous. This shift not only diminished the role of women in healthcare, but also led to a medicalized approach to childbirth, prioritizing medical interventions over natural processes. Midwives were often accused of being uneducated and unsanitary, even though they often provided more personalized and compassionate care than trained doctors. The elite sought to control every aspect of healthcare, including childbirth, and they actively suppressed the knowledge and skills of traditional healers. Today, the suppression of remote healing and other alternative therapies takes on more subtle but equally effective forms: the weapon of choice, scientific reductionism. Scientific reductionism, a philosophy that reduces everything to its physical components, is used to dismiss remote healing as impossible because it cannot be explained by current scientific models, ignoring anecdotal evidence and potential energetic mechanisms. If science can't explain it, the narrative goes, then it can't be real. Despite the growing body of evidence supporting the effectiveness of remote healing, studies on this phenomenon are often dismissed or ignored by mainstream science. Describe a situation where a well-designed study on remote healing showed positive results, but the findings were dismissed by mainstream scientists due to lack of a plausible mechanism or methodological flaws, despite the statistical significance. The mainstream media is quick to amplify these dismissals, painting a picture of remote healing as a fringe practice with no scientific basis. Funding for research into alternative therapies is limited, making it difficult to conduct large-scale studies that could provide more definitive evidence. This creates a self-perpetuating cycle of skepticism and suppression. The media often portrays alternative healing practices as pseudoscience or New Age nonsense, reinforcing the belief that conventional medicine is the only reliable option, discouraging people from exploring other possibilities. This narrative is often reinforced through television shows, movies, and news articles that depict alternative healers as eccentric or fraudulent. The media rarely presents balanced perspectives on alternative therapies, often focusing on sensationalized stories or negative anecdotes. This constant barrage of negative messaging creates a climate of fear and distrust, making it difficult for people to make informed decisions about their health. And then there's the rise of fact-checkers, who often label articles about remote healing as misinformation or lacking scientific evidence, limiting their reach on social media and search engines, making it harder for people to find accurate information about these therapies. These fact-checkers often rely on biased sources and cherry-picked data to support their claims, ignoring the growing body of evidence supporting the effectiveness of alternative therapies. They are not objective arbiters of truth. They are gatekeepers of information, actively suppressing dissenting voices and perpetuating the narrative of the elite. The algorithms of social media platforms are designed to prioritize content that aligns with mainstream perspectives, further limiting the reach of alternative viewpoints. So, how can we reclaim our power to heal ourselves and others, despite these attempts to suppress this innate ability? We've explored the power of remote healing, the historical suppression of healing modalities, and the modern techniques used to discredit alternative therapies. But take heart, chosen ones. You have the innate ability to heal yourselves and others, and you can reclaim this power by connecting with your inner healer and sharing your gifts with the world. In the next section, we'll discuss the importance of ethical action in using these hidden powers, and how the elite are afraid of those who use their abilities for the greater good. Share your experiences with remote healing in the comments below, and let's create a community of empowered healers who are ready to transform the world with their compassion. As chosen ones awakening to your potential, have you considered the awesome responsibility of wielding such power, and why the elite are terrified of those who do so ethically? Ethical action is the conscious use of spiritual powers for the benefit of all beings. It's about aligning your intentions, thoughts, and actions with the highest good, guided by principles of love, compassion, and wisdom, consistently choosing actions that promote positive change. It is walking in a way that uplifts, heals, and empowers, understanding that true power lies not in domination, but in service. Ethical action directly undermines the elite's control, which is based on manipulation, greed, and exploitation. The elite thrive on division and scarcity. Ethical action, rooted in unity and abundance, dissolves their power base by fostering cooperation, promoting equitable resource distribution, and empowering individuals to act with integrity. When you operate from a place of love and compassion, you dismantle the very foundation upon which their control is built. They want you to be fearful and divided, but your ethical action, fueled by your spiritual gifts, unites and empowers. Think of the ethical practitioner as a beacon of hope and a catalyst for change. These are individuals who embody integrity, using their spiritual gifts to serve others, uplift communities, and create a more just and compassionate world, inspiring others to follow their lead. They are the healers, the teachers, the activists, the artists, the visionaries who dare to use their unique talents to create a better future for all. They understand that their power comes with a responsibility to act ethically, to use their abilities for the greater good. They realize that, ultimately, it is their moral choices that will define their legacy. Consider the story of a group of activists who used manifestation techniques and community organizing to successfully block a corporation from building a polluting factory in their neighborhood, showcasing the power of ethical action when combined with spiritual principles. They didn't resort to violence or intimidation. They used their collective intention and spiritual practices to create a powerful force for change, educating the community, organizing peaceful protests, and visualizing a clean and healthy environment. The factory project was eventually abandoned, and the community was able to preserve its natural resources and protect the health of its residents. This victory was not just a matter of luck. It was the result of conscious, ethical action, guided by spiritual principles and a deep commitment to the well-being of all. Genuine ethical movements have always been a threat to the elite, who have consistently tried to manipulate or destroy them. Let's investigate this phenomenon. Throughout history, religious texts have been twisted to justify wars, persecutions, and social inequalities, betraying the core ethical principles of love, compassion, and non-violence, using religion as a tool for control rather than liberation. The core teachings of compassion and empathy are often twisted into doctrines of judgment and exclusion, serving the interests of those in power. This is not to say that religion is inherently bad, but rather to highlight the ways in which it can be manipulated for unethical purposes. By promoting interpretations of religious teachings that reinforce their authority and justify their actions, the elite maintain their grip on power, manipulating people's beliefs to serve their own selfish interests. They create a system where obedience to authority is valued above critical thinking and independent judgment, making it easier to control the population. This is a subtle but powerful form of manipulation that has been used for centuries to maintain the status quo. They benefit from your ignorance and blind faith. Consider, too, the subversion of altruistic movements, such as socialism or communism, for selfish gain and authoritarian control. In some cases, movements that began with noble intentions, like creating a more equitable society, were hijacked by power-hungry individuals who used them to establish totalitarian regimes, betraying the original ethical vision and causing immense suffering. What started as a genuine desire to help the vulnerable devolved into systems of oppression and control. The elite will always seek to exploit and corrupt genuine efforts to create a better world. This subversion discredits genuine ethical action and creates cynicism. By associating ethical movements with violence, oppression, or hypocrisy, the elite create cynicism and discourage people from engaging in genuine efforts to create a better world, making them believe that all attempts at ethical action are doomed to fail. This is a clever tactic designed to keep you passive and compliant, convincing you that nothing you do can make a difference. Don't fall for this trap. Think about the concept of manifest destiny being twisted to justify colonization and genocide. This belief was used to justify the displacement and extermination of indigenous populations, despite the clear ethical implications of these actions. The idea that one group of people is inherently superior to another is a dangerous and unethical concept that has been used throughout history to justify countless atrocities. The elite will always seek to rationalize their actions, no matter how harmful they may be. The truth is that they do not care about the ethical implications of their actions, so long as they are able to maintain their power and control. The elite continue to dissuade ethical action just through new methods. What schemes do they employ today? They introduce the concept of moral relativism as a way to undermine universal ethical standards and justify harmful actions. Moral relativism suggests that there are no objective right or wrong answers, but that morality is simply a matter of personal opinion or cultural convention, making it difficult to condemn harmful actions or promote universal ethical principles. This creates a slippery slope where anything can be justified, so long as it aligns with the prevailing values of a particular group or society. For example, corporations might argue that their actions are ethical within the context of maximizing profits, even if they cause pollution, displace communities, or violate human rights, using moral relativism to deflect criticism and avoid accountability. They might argue that they are simply fulfilling their fiduciary duty to their shareholders, even if it means harming the environment or exploiting vulnerable populations. This is a dangerous and unethical way of thinking that allows corporations to operate with impunity, putting profits above people and the planet. It is a manipulation tactic. Division and polarization are used to discourage cooperation and collective action for the common good. By amplifying political, social, and cultural divisions, the elite prevent people from uniting around common goals, making it harder to address systemic problems like poverty, inequality, and climate change, fostering a sense of helplessness and disempowerment. They want you to believe that you are alone, that your voice doesn't matter, and that there is nothing you can do to change the world. They want you to be consumed by fear and anger, constantly fighting with each other over petty differences. Propaganda and disinformation are used to demonize ethical actors and movements, creating distrust and animosity. Activists who speak out against corporate greed or government corruption are often labeled as radicals, extremists, or traitors, discouraging others from supporting their cause and creating a climate of fear and intimidation. The elite use their control of the media to shape public opinion and discredit anyone who threatens their power. They will use any means necessary to silence dissenting voices and maintain their grip on control. How can we transcend moral relativism and polarization to reclaim our ethical compass and create a world where compassion, justice, and sustainability prevail? We've explored the revolutionary power of ethical action, the historical subversion of ethical codes, and the modern techniques used to discourage collective action. But don't be discouraged, chosen ones. You have the power to rise above these manipulative forces, reclaim your ethical compass, and create a world where compassion, justice, and sustainability prevail. What you'll learn next is even more shocking. In the next section, we'll explore the power of community and collective action, and how the elite are afraid of awakened individuals uniting for a common purpose. Share your thoughts on the importance of ethical action in the comments below, and let's inspire each other to live with integrity and create a better world. Have you ever experienced the exponential power of working towards a common goal with like-minded individuals? What if that collaborative energy held the key to overturning the elite's agenda, and they knew it? That's why they work so tirelessly to keep communities fractured and isolated. Community is far more than just a group of people. It's a network of individuals united by shared values and a common purpose. Think of it as a living organism, where each member supports, uplifts, and empowers the others, amplifying their individual strengths and creating a collective force that is far greater than the sum of its parts. When individuals come together with a shared vision and a commitment to mutual support, they create a powerful engine for change that can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The elite know this, and it's why they're so afraid of truly connected communities. Strong communities have the innate ability to bypass the elite's control by creating independent systems of support, resource sharing, and knowledge dissemination. Instead of relying on centralized institutions that can be manipulated or controlled, community members turn to each other for assistance, guidance, and resources, fostering resilience and self-sufficiency. They share skills, knowledge, and resources, creating a buffer against manipulation and reducing dependence on outside forces. This creates a parallel system that operates outside of the elite's reach, empowering individuals to take control of their lives and destinies. This creates a real problem for the elite. Now, consider the concept of the collective activator. This is an individual deeply dedicated to awakening communities. They see the potential for unity and collaboration and actively work to bring people together, acting as a catalyst for change. These are the unsung heroes who understand that true power lies in collective action. They are the bridge builders, the connectors, the facilitators who help communities organize, mobilize, and achieve their goals, often working tirelessly behind the scenes to empower others and create a more just and equitable world. The elite don't want these people to exist. Remember the story of a grassroots movement that successfully organized to protect a local park from being developed into a shopping mall. This is a perfect example of community action achieving a goal that was previously thought unattainable, stunning established groups. Ordinary citizens, united by their love for the park and their commitment to preserving green space, came together to fight against powerful corporate interests and influential politicians. They organized protests, launched petitions, and educated the public about the environmental and social costs of the proposed development. Their collective voice was so loud and so unified that it eventually forced the developers to back down, proving that even the most powerful forces can be overcome when communities unite for a common cause. Unfortunately, the elite have a long and bloody history of trying to break up communities that work together. Let's take a trip through time and look at the ways they have done so and continue to do so today. The divide and rule tactics employed by empires throughout history are a prime example of suppressing community power. The Roman Empire, for instance, masterfully exploited ethnic, religious, and social divisions within conquered territories to prevent people from uniting against their rule. By playing different groups against each other, they maintained their dominance through fragmentation, ensuring that no single group could amass enough power to challenge their authority. This strategy, while brutal and manipulative, was incredibly effective in maintaining control over vast and diverse populations. The fragmentation of communities is directly connected to the elite's desire to prevent collective action and maintain social control. By sowing discord and distrust among different groups, they make it harder for people to unite around common goals, hindering any challenges to their authority and safeguarding their grip on power. They understand that a united populace is a powerful force, capable of demanding change and holding them accountable. Therefore, they actively work to keep people divided, creating a climate of fear, animosity, and suspicion that prevents meaningful collaboration. Consider, too, the suppression of labor movements and workers' unions throughout history. Throughout the industrial era, countless efforts to organize workers and advocate for better working conditions were met with brutal violence, relentless intimidation, and crippling legal restrictions, effectively suppressing collective action and preventing workers from demanding fair treatment. The elite recognized that organized labor posed a direct threat to their economic power and actively worked to crush these movements. They feared the collective bargaining power of united workers, as it challenged their ability to exploit labor and maximize profits. The elite used propaganda and violence to discredit these movements and discourage collective action. By labeling labor organizers as radicals or agitators, they instilled fear in the population and discouraged people from joining unions, effectively undermining collective bargaining power and maintaining control over the workforce. They controlled the narrative, shaping public opinion and demonizing those who dared to challenge their authority, creating a climate of fear and intimidation that silenced dissent and discouraged collective action. Another stark example of community fragmentation is the forced displacement and cultural assimilation of indigenous populations, designed specifically to break their social bonds and seize their land. The Trail of Tears in the United States stands as a particularly egregious example of forced displacement, aimed at dismantling Native American communities and seizing their land for the benefit of white settlers. Families were torn apart, sacred sites were desecrated, and traditional ways of life were systematically destroyed. The elite recognized that by breaking the social bonds of indigenous communities, they could more easily control them and exploit their resources. Although physical attacks on communities have reduced, modern attacks are far more devious and subtle. What are some of these more covert techniques? It begins in the digital world. Consider the concept of digital echo chambers and their devastating impact on social cohesion. Social media algorithms create echo chambers that reinforce existing beliefs and limit exposure to diverse perspectives, leading to increased polarization, animosity, and a severe decline in social trust, making it infinitely harder to build bridges and find common ground. People are increasingly isolated within their own ideological bubbles, surrounded by information that confirms their biases and shielded from opposing viewpoints. This creates a dangerous climate of division and distrust, making it harder to have constructive conversations and find common solutions to complex problems. Algorithms prioritize sensationalized or emotionally charged content that provokes strong reactions, increasing engagement, but also exacerbating social divisions and creating a climate of online hostility. Outrage is rewarded, and nuanced, thoughtful discussion is often drowned out by the noise. This creates a vicious cycle where people are constantly bombarded with information designed to trigger their emotions, leading to increased stress, anxiety, and a sense of helplessness. Consumer culture relentlessly promotes individualism and undermines community values. It encourages people to focus on individual achievements, material possessions, and self-promotion, undermining community values like cooperation, empathy, and mutual support, leading to increased social isolation and alienation. People are taught to prioritize their own needs and desires above the needs of others, fostering a culture of competition and self-interest. This erodes the social fabric and makes it harder to build strong, resilient communities. And don't forget the pervasive use of surveillance technologies to monitor and suppress community organizing. Government agencies and corporations often use these technologies to monitor activists, community organizers, and dissenting voices, chilling free speech, discouraging collective action, and undermining privacy rights, creating a climate of fear and distrust. People are constantly being watched, their online activities tracked, and their communications intercepted. This has a chilling effect on free speech and makes it harder for people to organize and advocate for change. How can we break free from these isolating forces, cultivate genuine connections, and build thriving communities that can transform the world? We've explored the power of community, the historical fragmentation of communities, and the modern techniques used to isolate individuals and undermine social bonds. But don't despair, chosen ones. You have the power to resist these divisive forces, connect with like-minded individuals, and build thriving communities that can transform the world. But we're just scratching the surface. In the next section, we'll explore the concept of divine justice and how the elite will ultimately be held accountable for their actions, paving the way for a new era of peace, prosperity, and spiritual awakening. Share your thoughts on the importance of community in the comments below, and let's inspire each other to build strong, supportive networks that can create positive change. What if the seemingly untouchable elite were held accountable for their actions, paving the way for a world of peace and spiritual awakening? This isn't just a fanciful dream, chosen ones, but a promise embedded in the very fabric of the universe, a principle known as divine justice. Divine justice is the ultimate balancing force, the cosmic principle that ensures that all actions, whether good or evil, eventually return to their source. It's not about revenge or retribution, but about restoring harmony and balance to a world that has been skewed by the actions of those who seek to dominate and control. Think of it as a self-correcting mechanism, like a cosmic thermostat that adjusts the temperature when things get too hot or too cold. This is the law of cause and effect on a grand scale, the understanding that every action creates a corresponding reaction, shaping the destiny of individuals, communities, and even entire civilizations. The elite understand this principle, at least on some level, which is why they go to such extraordinary lengths to conceal their actions and manipulate the systems designed to hold them accountable. The concept of divine justice terrifies the elite because their actions are so often rooted in exploitation, deception, and a callous disregard for the well-being of others. They operate under the illusion that they can escape the consequences of their actions, that their wealth and power can shield them from the natural laws that govern the universe. But divine justice shatters this illusion, reminding them that they are not above these laws, that their deeds will inevitably return to them, perhaps not in this lifetime, but certainly in the grand scheme of things. This is why they cling so desperately to their power, desperately trying to delay the inevitable reckoning that awaits them. Consider the divine accountant, an allegorical being that meticulously tracks injustices, ensuring that every imbalance is eventually resolved. This isn't necessarily a literal entity, but rather a representation of the universe's inherent tendency towards equilibrium. It is a reminder that no action goes unnoticed, and no wrong goes unaddressed, even if it takes lifetimes for the scales to be balanced. The elite may believe they can outsmart the system, but they cannot escape the watchful eye of the divine accountant, who is patiently waiting for the moment of reckoning. Take, for example, the downfall of a powerful CEO who was exposed for engaging in unethical business practices. This individual was at the pinnacle of success, seemingly untouchable, with a vast fortune and a network of influential connections. Yet, their greed and disregard for ethical principles led to their eventual exposure, resulting in their resignation, financial ruin, and social ostracism. Despite their initial invincibility, they faced unexpected and devastating consequences for their actions, suggesting the workings of divine justice. This type of thing happens all the time. It is the universe's natural regulation. Since the existence of organized hierarchical societies, certain people in power have managed to tip the scales of justice. Let's explore the history of their actions. The elite have historically attempted to manipulate and control justice systems to avoid accountability, a pattern that continues to this day in ever more insidious forms. Throughout history, biased laws and courts have been used to oppress marginalized groups and protect the interests of the elite, creating a system of systemic injustice. Laws have been crafted to discriminate against certain groups based on their race, religion, or social status, while courts have been used to protect the wealthy and powerful, perpetuating inequality and oppression. Think about the Jim Crow laws in the American South, which codified racial segregation and discrimination, denying African Americans basic rights and opportunities. Or consider the historical persecution of religious minorities, who were often subjected to discriminatory laws and denied equal access to justice. By controlling the legal system, the elite ensure that they are above the law, able to exploit others without fear of consequences, reinforcing their dominance and perpetuating cycles of injustice. This manipulation of justice systems is a deliberate strategy to maintain their power and privilege at the expense of others. It's a way of rigging the game in their favor, ensuring that they can continue to profit from the suffering and exploitation of others. Throughout history, political leaders have used false accusations, fabricated evidence, and propaganda campaigns to discredit their opponents, silencing dissent and maintaining their grip on power through manipulation and fear. The Salem witch trials, for example, saw innocent people accused of witchcraft based on flimsy evidence and political maneuvering, leading to their execution and the suppression of dissenting voices. Consider the McCarthy era in the United States, when individuals were falsely accused of being communists, leading to their blacklisting and the suppression of their political views. These are examples of what the elite will do to maintain their position. The wealthy can afford expensive lawyers, bribe officials, and influence media narratives, enabling them to escape justice even when they commit serious crimes, undermining public trust in the legal system. This corruption of law enforcement and judicial processes is a direct result of the elite's wealth and influence, which they use to manipulate the system in their favor. It's a way of buying their way out of trouble, even when they are guilty of serious offenses. Rigged elections and their disastrous consequences throughout history stand as stark reminders of injustice. From manipulated voting counts to the suppression of legitimate candidates, history is replete with examples of the elite subverting democratic processes. The consequences are far-reaching, leading to political instability, social unrest, and the erosion of public trust. These are nothing more than tools of deception used by those who seek to control and dominate others. Although overt displays of injustice are less common, power structures still maintain a tight grip on the scales. How do they achieve this today? The methods may have evolved, but the underlying principle remains the same: to evade accountability and perpetuate injustice. Multinational corporations often operate with impunity, exploiting workers, polluting the environment, and engaging in unethical business practices without facing meaningful legal consequences, due to their political influence and ability to exploit legal loopholes. This is what we call corporate impunity, a situation where powerful companies are able to act with disregard for the law, knowing that they are unlikely to face any serious repercussions. They hide behind complex legal structures and lobby for weaker regulations, making it difficult for governments to hold them accountable. Oil companies may cause devastating oil spills, but face limited liability, paying fines that are a fraction of the cost of the damage they caused, while escaping criminal charges and continuing their destructive practices. This is a classic example of how corporations avoid accountability for environmental damage. They may be forced to pay a fine, but it's often a small price to pay compared to the profits they reap from their destructive activities. They continue their business as usual, knowing that the legal system is unlikely to hold them fully accountable. Industries often lobby and financially support politicians who appoint individuals friendly to their interests to regulatory agencies, enabling them to weaken regulations, avoid enforcement, and prioritize corporate profits over public safety. This is known as regulatory capture, a situation where the agencies that are supposed to regulate an industry are instead controlled by the industry itself. This creates a system where corporate interests are prioritized over public safety and environmental protection, leading to widespread harm and injustice. The wealthy use complex financial structures and offshore accounts to shield their assets from taxation and scrutiny, depriving governments of revenue needed to fund public services and creating a system of economic inequality that benefits the elite. This is a way of evading accountability for their wealth, hiding it from the tax authorities, and depriving society of the resources needed to address inequality and provide essential services. It's a system that benefits the few at the expense of the many. How can we restore balance to the scales of justice and ensure that everyone is held accountable for their actions, regardless of their wealth or power? This is the question we must ask ourselves, chosen ones, if we are to create a more just and equitable world. We've explored the concept of divine justice, the historical manipulation of justice systems, and the modern techniques used to evade accountability. But don't lose heart, chosen ones. You have the power to awaken the collective consciousness, challenge the systems of injustice, and pave the way for a world where divine justice prevails. What we'll explore next may shock you. In the next section, we'll explore the role of the chosen ones in ushering in a new era of divine justice, and how your awakening and actions can help bring about a more equitable and compassionate world. Share your thoughts on the importance of divine justice in the comments below, and let's inspire each other to stand up for what is right and create a more just world for all. What if you, as a chosen one, hold the key to unlocking divine justice and ushering in a new era of peace and spiritual awakening? What does this even mean? It means you're not just a passive observer in this cosmic drama, but an active participant with the power to shape the future. The chosen ones are not some mythical figures from a distant past, but awakened individuals living right now, with a unique capacity to perceive and act in alignment with divine will. They are the ones who can see through the deceptions of the elite, recognize the inherent goodness in all beings, and act as catalysts for positive change, embodying the principles of love, compassion, and justice. They are the lightworkers, the truth seekers, the healers, and the visionaries who are committed to creating a better world for all. This isn't about being perfect or having all the answers, but about having the courage to stand up for what is right, even when it's difficult or unpopular. It's about living with integrity, compassion, and a deep sense of purpose. And I believe that you, watching this video, are one of them. The collective awakening of the chosen ones directly threatens the elite's control over the narrative and their ability to manipulate the masses. As more people awaken to their true potential and connect with their inner wisdom, they become less susceptible to propaganda, manipulation, and fear-based tactics, undermining the elite's power to control their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. They begin to question the official narratives, challenge the status quo, and demand accountability from those in power. This is why the elite go to such great lengths to suppress spiritual awakening, using disinformation, distraction, and division to keep people asleep and disempowered. But their efforts are ultimately futile, as the awakening is already underway and it cannot be stopped. The more they try to suppress it, the stronger it becomes. Have you heard of the ethical gridworker? The ethical gridworker is a being who amplifies justice in the world, a spiritual activist who works to strengthen the energetic field of love, compassion, and truth that surrounds the planet. These individuals use their thoughts, words, and actions to create ripples of positive change, counteracting the negative energies of fear, hatred, and division. They are the healers of the earth, the guardians of the light, and the champions of divine justice. They understand that true power comes not from domination and control, but from service and compassion. These gridworkers understand the power of positive energy. Consider the Me Too movement, a powerful example of collective awakening leading to positive change and holding powerful figures accountable. This social movement, which began in 2017, exposed widespread sexual harassment and assault in various industries, leading to the downfall of numerous high-profile individuals and sparking a global conversation about consent, power, and gender equality. It demonstrated the power of collective action, the importance of speaking truth to power, and the potential for positive change when people unite around a common cause. Women from all walks of life shared their stories of abuse, breaking the silence that had protected perpetrators for far too long. This movement not only held individual offenders accountable, but also challenged the systemic power structures that enabled their behavior. The Me Too movement is a testament to the power of awakened individuals to create a more just and equitable world. Unfortunately, those who seek to do good have historically been challenged for their beliefs. How have the elite attempted to thwart chosen one archetypes? Their tactics are as old as time, but they continue to evolve with each new era. Throughout history, prophets and spiritual teachers who spoke out against injustice, corruption, and oppression were often persecuted, imprisoned, or even killed for challenging the status quo and awakening the consciousness of the masses. Think of Joan of Arc, burned at the stake for her visions and defiance of authority, or consider the countless martyrs who died for their faith, refusing to renounce their beliefs in the face of persecution. Even more modern examples include the assassinations of political activists. The persecution of chosen one archetypes can be directly linked to the elite's fear of losing control and their desire to maintain their power at any cost. By silencing or eliminating those who inspire hope, courage, and ethical action, the elite seek to maintain their grip on power, preventing people from uniting around a common vision of a better world. They understand that awakened individuals are a threat to their dominance, as they challenge the very foundations of their power structure. This is why they resort to violence, intimidation, and propaganda to suppress those who dare to speak truth to power. The more effective a chosen one is, the more likely the elite will try to stop them. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., Mahatma Gandhi, and Nelson Mandela were often targeted by those in power for their efforts to dismantle oppressive systems, facing imprisonment, violence, and assassination attempts. These individuals dedicated their lives to fighting for freedom, equality, and justice, inspiring millions to join their cause. But their efforts came at a great cost, as they faced constant threats to their safety and well-being. They were vilified in the media, subjected to surveillance and harassment, and ultimately targeted for elimination. Yet, their legacy continues to inspire generations of activists and leaders who are committed to creating a more just and equitable world. The elite used propaganda, violence, and legal manipulation to discredit these leaders and undermine their movements. By labeling revolutionary leaders as criminals, traitors, or terrorists, the elite sought to delegitimize their efforts, instill fear in the population, and justify their repression. They controlled the narrative, shaping public opinion through biased media coverage and spreading misinformation. They used violence to intimidate and silence dissent, resorting to beatings, imprisonment, and even assassination. They also manipulated the legal system, using trumped-up charges and biased courts to imprison and discredit their opponents. These tactics are designed to break the spirit of resistance and maintain the elite's grip on power. Take Jesus Christ as another example. His messages have also been manipulated after his death. His message of love, compassion, and forgiveness was twisted and distorted to justify oppression, violence, and intolerance. The elite used the church as a tool to control the masses, enforcing rigid doctrines and suppressing dissenting voices. They accumulated wealth and power in the name of Christ, betraying the very principles he stood for. Even today, we see the legacy of this manipulation in the form of religious extremism, intolerance, and division. The elite continue to use religion as a tool to control and manipulate people, twisting its teachings to serve their own selfish interests. The landscape of today still includes some violence, but we have mostly shifted to psychological warfare. What do these schemes look like? They are often subtle, insidious, and difficult to detect, but their impact can be devastating. Spiritual bypassing is the tendency to use spiritual concepts and practices to avoid confronting painful emotions, unresolved wounds, and systemic injustices, preventing individuals from fully engaging in the work of personal and social transformation. It's a way of using spirituality as a form of escapism, rather than as a tool for growth and healing. People may use spiritual practices like meditation or yoga to numb their emotions, rather than to process and release them. They may focus on positive thinking to avoid confronting difficult realities, rather than to find solutions to problems. This can lead to a superficial spirituality that lacks depth, authenticity, and genuine compassion. People may use spiritual concepts like karma or manifestation to justify inequality, arguing that those who suffer are simply experiencing the consequences of their past actions, or that they can manifest their own way out of poverty, absolving themselves of any responsibility to help others or challenge unjust systems. This is a particularly insidious form of spiritual bypassing, as it allows people to justify their own privilege and indifference to the suffering of others. It's a way of blaming the victim, rather than acknowledging the systemic forces that perpetuate inequality. It's a way of avoiding responsibility for creating a more just and equitable world. People use these things to abdicate their responsibility to those in need. Consumer culture encourages people to seek happiness and fulfillment through the acquisition of material possessions, distracting them from their inner wisdom, spiritual growth, and the pursuit of meaningful relationships and experiences. This is a deliberate strategy to keep people trapped in a cycle of endless consumption, working harder and harder to acquire things they don't really need, while neglecting their spiritual and emotional well-being. The elite profit from this cycle as they control the production and distribution of goods and services, while the masses remain trapped in a state of perpetual dissatisfaction. Entertainment and social media can be used to keep people preoccupied with trivial matters, preventing them from focusing their attention on pressing social, political, and environmental issues, fostering a sense of apathy and disempowerment. This is a way of distracting people from the real problems facing the world, keeping them entertained and engaged with superficial content, while the elite continue to pursue their own agenda. The algorithms are designed to keep people hooked, feeding them a constant stream of information that reinforces their existing beliefs and prevents them from considering alternative perspectives. The result is a population that is increasingly divided, disengaged, and unable to address the challenges facing humanity. How can you reclaim your focus, resist these distractions, and fully embrace your role as a chosen one in ushering in a new era of divine justice? The answer, chosen ones, lies within you. We've explored the role of the chosen ones in ushering in divine justice, the historical targeting of these archetypes, and the modern techniques used to suppress their awakening. But remember this: actively cultivate self-awareness through meditation, introspection, and mindful awareness. This includes dismantling limiting beliefs and taking accountability for your actions. You must take action now. Seek out and connect with like-minded individuals to build supportive communities. This includes sharing knowledge, uplifting each other, and co-creating initiatives that benefit the greater good. By finding people like yourself, you are reinforcing and empowering one another. Use your unique gifts and talents to serve others, guided by principles of love, compassion, and wisdom. This includes advocating for justice, promoting peace, and creating a more equitable and sustainable world. This includes donating time or money to effective charities and organizations. Share your insights, experiences, and resources with others, empowering them to awaken to their own potential and join the movement for positive change. By spreading knowledge, you are empowering others to take the path that you have. By embracing your role as a chosen one, you can help create a world where divine justice prevails, ushering in an era of peace, prosperity, and spiritual awakening for all. I have faith in you, but we're just scratching the surface. What we'll discover next is even more shocking: the secret techniques the elite use to manipulate your very thoughts and emotions, and how you can shield yourself from their influence. Don't go anywhere, chosen ones, because your destiny awaits. What if the greatest weapon against the elite wasn't a physical force, but an inner resilience that they can't touch? What does cultivating this look like, practically, in your daily life, chosen ones? It's about more than just toughing it out. It's about forging an unyielding spirit. Inner resilience is the ability to withstand adversity, maintain inner peace, and remain true to your values in the face of relentless external pressures. It's not about being immune to challenges, but about developing the inner resources to navigate them with grace, strength, and unwavering faith. Think of it as your spiritual immune system, constantly adapting and growing stronger in the face of attack. You become an unbreakable force against the elite. The elite rely on fear, intimidation, and manipulation to control the masses. Inner resilience equips you with the courage to resist these tactics, maintain your composure in the face of chaos, and act from a place of inner strength rather than reactivity. It's the spiritual armor that protects you from their psychological warfare, allowing you to see through their deceptions and stand firm in your truth. This means being secure in yourself and your purpose. The more resilient you are, the less power they have over you. An unbreakable soul is someone who cultivates this inner resilience, someone who remains true to their values, come what may. They are the beacons of hope in a world of darkness, the ones who inspire others to find their own inner strength and resist the forces of oppression. They embody the spirit of the chosen ones, unwavering in their commitment to divine justice and the creation of a better world. Their very existence challenges the elite's power and serves as a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. The goal is to emulate that of an unbreakable soul. Consider the example of a whistleblower who exposed corporate corruption. Facing intense pressure, threats, and attempts to discredit them, they remained steadfast in their commitment to truth and justice, inspiring others to come forward and demand accountability. This person could have buckled under the pressure, caved in to the threats, and remained silent. But instead, they chose to stand firm, risking their career, their reputation, and even their safety to expose the truth. This is the power of inner resilience in action, demonstrating how one individual can make a difference in the face of overwhelming odds. Unfortunately, many leaders have tried to crush the spirits of others, to diminish their resilience and break their will. Let's dive in and see how the elite attempts to break one's spirit. Throughout history, authoritarian regimes have used torture, imprisonment, and psychological manipulation to break the will of political prisoners and dissidents. They attempt to silence dissent and maintain control through fear and intimidation. These tactics are not just about inflicting physical pain, but about eroding the inner resilience of individuals, stripping them of their hope, their dignity, and their will to resist. They seek to break the human spirit, to turn people into compliant subjects who are willing to obey without question. Don't ever let this happen to you, chosen ones. By breaking the spirits of those who challenge their authority, the elite seek to deter others from speaking out, reinforcing their dominance through fear and intimidation. They create a climate of fear where people are afraid to express their opinions, to challenge the status quo, or to stand up for what they believe in. This is how they maintain their grip on power, by silencing dissent and suppressing any form of resistance. They weaponize fear. Authoritarian regimes often use propaganda and censorship to control the flow of information, manipulating public opinion and eroding critical thinking skills, making people more susceptible to their narratives and less able to resist manipulation. They control the media, the education system, and the cultural institutions, shaping the narrative to suit their own interests and suppressing any dissenting voices. This is how they create a society where people are unable to think for themselves, to question authority, or to see through their deceptions. By controlling the flow of information, they control the minds of the masses. This is especially true with social media. And what about self-belief? The elite control education, which often reinforces a sense of dependence, rather than fostering critical thinking and independent thought. They create a system where people are taught to obey authority, to conform to expectations, and to rely on experts for guidance, rather than trusting their own intuition and inner wisdom. This is how they undermine self-belief, by instilling a sense of inadequacy and dependence, making people more susceptible to manipulation and control. Remember, as a chosen one, you are not meant to be dependent, but independent and self-sufficient. Consider public executions throughout history. These gruesome spectacles were not just about punishing criminals, but about intimidating the population and deterring them from challenging the authority of the state. By publicly displaying the consequences of disobedience, the elite sought to instill fear and obedience in the hearts of the masses. These public displays of violence were designed to break the spirit of resistance and reinforce the power of the state. The more gruesome, the the more effective in the short term. The modern world of psychological attacks can often go undetected. Let's explore modern mental weakening because they are so much more subtle. Learned helplessness is a psychological state where individuals believe that they have no control over their circumstances, leading to passivity, resignation, and a decline in inner resilience, making them more susceptible to manipulation and control. They feel trapped, powerless, and unable to change their situation, leading to a sense of hopelessness and despair. This is a deliberate strategy employed by the elite to disempower the masses and make them more compliant. The elite seek to strip people of their sense of agency, to make them believe that they are powerless to change their lives or the world around them. Constant exposure to negative news, violent content, and idealized images on social media can create a sense of overwhelm, hopelessness, and inadequacy, leading to a decline in inner resilience and a belief that individuals are powerless to change their circumstances. People are bombarded with images of perfect bodies, perfect lives, and perfect relationships, creating a sense of inadequacy and self-doubt. They are constantly exposed to negative news stories about violence, corruption, and environmental destruction, leading to a sense of overwhelm and hopelessness. This is how social media contributes to learned helplessness, by creating a distorted and negative view of the world and making people feel powerless to change it. You must recognize this is what the elite want. The glorification of victimhood undermines personal responsibility and resilience, emphasizing vulnerability over strength and labeling resilience as toxic. The elite seeks to create a culture where people are encouraged to see themselves as victims rather than as agents of change. They promote the idea that individuals are powerless to overcome their circumstances, that they are simply products of their environment, and that they are entitled to sympathy and support, rather than being encouraged to take responsibility for their own lives and actions. This is how the elite undermines personal responsibility and resilience by creating a culture of victimhood. Addictive technologies and substances provide temporary relief from stress and anxiety, but ultimately erode self-control, increase dependence, and diminish inner resilience, making individuals more vulnerable to manipulation and exploitation. These technologies and substances hijack the brain's reward system, creating a cycle of addiction that is difficult to break. They provide a temporary escape from reality, but they ultimately leave individuals feeling more empty, isolated, and powerless than before. This is how the elite use addictive technologies and substances to erode self-control and diminish inner resilience. So, chosen ones, how can we cultivate unbreakable resilience in the face of these modern challenges and reclaim our inner power? The answer, as always, lies within you. The elite seek to break spirits, and that is a certainty. However, it is possible to cultivate unbreakable resilience, to forge an unyielding spirit that can withstand any attack. It requires a conscious effort, a commitment to personal growth, and a willingness to challenge the forces of manipulation and control. But it is possible, and it is essential for those who seek to usher in a new era of divine justice. So now, let's discuss what actions you can take. Practice mindfulness and meditation to cultivate self-awareness, manage stress, and develop inner peace, providing a stable foundation for resilience. By focusing on the present moment, you can learn to observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment, allowing you to respond to challenges with greater clarity and composure. Mindfulness and meditation are powerful tools for cultivating inner resilience, providing you with the inner resources you need to navigate the storms of life with grace and strength. Challenge negative thoughts and limiting beliefs, replacing them with empowering affirmations and a belief in your ability to overcome challenges. The elite seek to fill your mind with negativity, doubt, and fear, but you have the power to resist their influence. By consciously choosing to focus on positive thoughts and empowering beliefs, you can reprogram your mind and create a more resilient and optimistic outlook. Affirmations can be written down and repeated daily, Cultivate healthy habits that support your physical, mental, and emotional well-being, including exercise, nutritious food, adequate sleep, and meaningful social connections. Taking care of your physical and emotional needs is essential for building inner resilience, providing you with the energy, focus, and emotional stability you need to face challenges with confidence. Exercise releases endorphins, which have mood-boosting effects. Nutritious food provides your body with the fuel it needs to function optimally. Adequate sleep allows your body and mind to rest and recharge. Meaningful social connections provide you with a sense of belonging and support. Connect with your inner purpose and values, aligning your actions with your highest aspirations and maintaining a sense of meaning and direction even in the face of adversity. The elite seek to distract you from your true purpose, to keep you focused on trivial matters and materialistic pursuits. However, by connecting with your inner values and aligning your actions with your highest aspirations, you can find a sense of meaning and direction that will sustain you through difficult times. Remember why you are here and what you are meant to do. By cultivating unbreakable resilience, you can become a beacon of strength, inspiring others to reclaim their inner power and resist the forces of manipulation and control, paving the way for a more just and compassionate world. You have the power to make a difference, to create positive change in your own life and in the world around you. By cultivating inner resilience, you can become a force for good, inspiring others to join you in the fight for freedom, justice, and peace. But remember, chosen ones, the elite aren't just attacking your mind. They're targeting your very connection to the divine. What if I told you they've developed technologies to sever your spiritual awareness and keep you trapped in a material world? Don't go anywhere, because what's coming next will shock you to your core. What if your words held the power to reshape reality, and the elite have been working to silence your voice all along? Declarations and affirmations are conscious, intentional statements that program the subconscious mind with positive beliefs and intentions, overriding limiting beliefs and manifesting desired outcomes. They are the keys to unlocking your innate potential and creating the life you are destined to live. The elite want to keep you trapped in a cycle of negative self-talk and limiting beliefs. They feed you a constant stream of propaganda designed to undermine your confidence and keep you feeling powerless. Intentional affirmations and declarations allow you to break free from this programming, rewrite your inner narrative, and create a more empowered and fulfilling life. By consciously choosing the words you speak and think, you can transform your reality from the inside out. Are you ready to take control of your mind and your destiny, chosen ones? Imagine yourself as a word weaver, someone who intentionally and skillfully creates the world around them. Every word you speak is a thread, and you are weaving the tapestry of your life. Will you weave a tapestry of fear, doubt, and limitation, or will you weave a tapestry of love, abundance, and limitless possibility? The choice is yours. You can either be a passive recipient of the world around you, or you can be an active creator, shaping your reality with your words. Consider the story of a woman who used daily affirmations to overcome a debilitating illness. Doctors had given her little hope, but she refused to accept their prognosis. Every day she visualized her healing and declared her strength, repeating affirmations like, "I am strong, I am healthy, I am whole." She faced immense pain and setbacks, but she never wavered in her belief in her own healing power. Against all odds, she fully recovered, defying medical expectations and inspiring others to reclaim their health. Her story is a testament to the power of declarations and affirmations, proving that even the most seemingly impossible challenges can be overcome with the right mindset and the right words. This is the power you possess, chosen ones. Throughout history, the elite have worked to control the narrative. But did you know that one way they do this is by limiting people's expression? The suppression of free speech and censorship of dissenting voices serve as stark examples of how controlling language and limiting expression can be used to manipulate the masses. Don't ever underestimate this tool. Authoritarian regimes have often used censorship, propaganda, and intimidation to silence dissenting voices. They have controlled the flow of information and prevented people from expressing their opinions freely. This creates a climate of fear and prevents the spread of alternative ideas, making it easier to maintain control. Throughout the Dark Ages, any science that went against the standing religious narrative was deemed heresy and silenced by the Church. The narrative was controlled by the elite in the Church. By controlling what people can say and hear, the elite shape public opinion, suppress dissent, and maintain their grip on power, preventing challenges to their authority. They understand that language is a powerful tool, and they seek to control it in order to maintain their dominance. This includes controlling not only what people can say, but also what they can hear and read. They curate the information available to the public, presenting a distorted view of reality that serves their interests. The news, the entertainment, and the education systems are tools they use to control our minds. Throughout history, writers, artists, and intellectuals who dared to challenge the status quo through their creative works were often persecuted, imprisoned, or exiled for expressing their views. Their voices were seen as a threat to the established order, and the elite sought to silence them in order to maintain control. These brave individuals stood up for their beliefs, even in the face of great adversity, and their stories serve as an inspiration to us today. The cost of freedom has always been eternal vigilance. The elite use propaganda and disinformation to shape public opinion, discredit their opponents, and maintain their grip on power, manipulating people's beliefs and emotions to serve their own interests. They understand that emotions are a powerful motivator, and they use propaganda to manipulate people's fears, anxieties, and desires. They create a climate of fear and division, making it easier to control the masses. The modern media landscape is awash in propaganda, and it is essential to develop critical thinking skills in order to see through the deceptions. Consider the burning of books and other forms of cultural suppression throughout history. The elite have often sought to destroy knowledge and cultural artifacts that challenge their authority, understanding that knowledge is power. By suppressing dissenting ideas and alternative perspectives, they seek to control the narrative and maintain their dominance. This is a recurring theme throughout history, and it is essential to be aware of these tactics in order to resist them. The elites of today use different techniques to control the narrative, but the goals are the same. Have you noticed how today's elites use techniques of censorship that are often hidden from view? They don't need to burn books when they can simply shadow ban certain people. Social media platforms may engage in shadow banning, where certain users' content is suppressed or hidden from view without their knowledge, limiting their reach and influence, suppressing dissenting voices. This is a subtle form of censorship that can be difficult to detect, but it can have a significant impact on the ability of individuals to express their opinions and share their ideas. It's a silent stifling. Algorithms may prioritize content from mainstream media outlets and verified accounts, while suppressing content from independent journalists, activists, and alternative voices, creating an echo chamber and limiting exposure to diverse perspectives. This creates a situation where people are only exposed to information that confirms their existing beliefs, making it more difficult to challenge the status quo. This is how algorithms can be used to silence certain voices and amplify others. Cancel culture and online shaming can be used to silence individuals who express unpopular or controversial opinions, creating a climate of fear and discouraging open dialogue and intellectual exploration. People are afraid to speak their minds for fear of being ostracized, losing their jobs, or facing online harassment. This is a form of social control that is used to silence dissent and maintain conformity. Fact-checkers may label articles as misinformation or lacking context, limiting their reach and suppressing dissenting views, even if they are based on factual information. This is a form of censorship that is often disguised as an effort to combat misinformation, but it can be used to silence legitimate dissenting opinions, Who fact-checks the fact-checkers? This is the question we must ask ourselves. So, chosen ones, how can we reclaim the power of our voice and resist these attempts to silence us? How do we fight back against those who seek to control the narrative and manipulate the masses? Reclaiming our voice requires an understanding of the ways that the elite try to contain it. It requires a conscious effort to resist their tactics and to speak our truth, even in the face of adversity. But what can you do today to reclaim your voice? Consciously choose words that reflect truth, love, and empowerment, resisting the temptation to engage in negativity, gossip, or harmful speech. Your words have power, and you can use them to create a more positive and empowering reality. Choose to speak words of kindness, compassion, and understanding, and resist the urge to engage in negativity or gossip. Your words can be a force for good in the world. Express your thoughts and feelings with authenticity and courage, refusing to be silenced by fear or intimidation. Don't be afraid to speak your mind, even if your opinions are unpopular or controversial. Your voice matters, and you have a right to express yourself freely. The world needs your unique perspective. Support independent media outlets, alternative voices, and platforms that promote free speech and open dialogue. Seek out diverse perspectives and challenge your own assumptions. Don't rely on mainstream media for your information, but seek out alternative sources that offer different viewpoints. By supporting independent media, you can help to ensure that a diversity of voices are heard. Use your voice to advocate for justice, peace, and compassion, standing up for those who are marginalized or oppressed. Speak out against injustice and inequality, and stand up for those who are unable to speak for themselves. Be a voice for the voiceless, and use your power to create a more just and compassionate world. By reclaiming the power of our voice, we can become agents of change, inspiring others to speak their truth, resist manipulation, and create a more just and compassionate world. When you speak your truth, you inspire others to do the same. Your courage can be contagious, and you can create a ripple effect of positive change. But what if the ultimate secret the elite are desperately trying to hide is the illusion of separation itself? What if they are working to keep you from understanding a core component of reality? Transcending duality means moving beyond the either or thinking of right, wrong, good, evil. Ask them to recognize the underlying unity and interconnectedness of all things. It's about seeing beyond the surface differences and recognizing the shared humanity that binds us all together. This is the key to unlocking true freedom and creating a more peaceful and harmonious world. The elite rely on division to maintain control, but seeing beyond duality dissolves their power. They create artificial divisions between people based on race, religion, gender, and other factors in order to keep them fighting amongst themselves. But when you transcend duality, you recognize that these divisions are illusory and that we are all part of one interconnected whole. This undermines their power and creates an opportunity for unity and collaboration. Oneness is understanding that all beings are interconnected and interdependent, and that what affects one affects all. It's about recognizing that we are all part of a larger ecosystem and that our actions have consequences that ripple throughout the entire system. When you embrace oneness, you treat all beings with respect and compassion, understanding that their well-being is intimately connected to your own. Imagine recognizing the humanity in even those who seem to be your enemies, understanding that their actions are often driven by fear, trauma, or misinformation, allowing you to respond with compassion rather than hatred. This doesn't mean condoning their behavior, but it does mean recognizing that they are also human beings who are worthy of compassion. This is the path to breaking the cycle of violence and creating a more peaceful world. Elites promote division and duality through very specific means. Have you considered that the use of religious dogma and sectarianism to create conflict serve as a prime example? Throughout history, religious institutions have often used dogma and sectarianism to create divisions between different faith traditions, leading to wars, persecutions, and social unrest. This is a tragic example of how religion can be used to divide people and create conflict. Instead of focusing on the shared values of love, compassion, and forgiveness, religious institutions have often emphasized the differences between different faiths, leading to violence and oppression. By fostering religious division, the elite can manipulate people's beliefs and emotions, diverting their attention from systemic injustices and maintaining their grip on power. They use religion as a tool to control the masses, instilling fear and obedience in their followers. They promote the idea that their religion is the only true religion and that all other faiths are false or evil. This creates a climate of fear and division, making it easier to control the population. Throughout history, political leaders have used nationalism and tribalism to create divisions between different groups, leading to wars, xenophobia, and social unrest. By appealing to people's sense of national pride or tribal identity, they can create a sense of us versus them, making it easier to justify violence and oppression. This is a dangerous tactic that has been used throughout history to divide people and create conflict. The elite manipulate ethnic, cultural, and social divisions. The elite create a climate of fear and animosity, distracting people from their common humanity and preventing them from uniting against oppression. This tactic has been used throughout history to divide people and maintain control. By exploiting existing tensions and creating new divisions, the elite can keep people fighting amongst themselves, preventing them from uniting against their common oppressors. Gender wars and division in the modern era also serve the same end. By keeping men and women at odds, the elite prevent them from uniting to challenge the power structures that oppress them both. This is just one more example of how the elite use division to maintain control. Modern tools allow for conflicts to be maintained with less physical action. What conflicts are the elites stirring now? Culture wars are used to distract from common goals. By focusing on divisive social issues, such as abortion, gun control, and LGBTQ rights, the elite can distract people from the real problems facing society, such as economic inequality, environmental destruction, and political corruption. These issues are often emotionally charged and can easily be used to manipulate people's emotions and distract them from more important issues. The ultimate goal is to keep people divided and prevent them from uniting to challenge the power structures that oppress them. Algorithms amplify outrage. Social media platforms use algorithms to prioritize content that is likely to generate engagement, such as posts that are emotionally charged or controversial. This creates an echo chamber where people are only exposed to information that confirms their existing beliefs, making it more difficult to challenge the status quo. The algorithm will prioritize outrage. Certain stories are prioritized based on their ability to incite rage. The media outlets often prioritize stories that are likely to generate emotional outrage, such as stories about violence, corruption, or injustice. These stories are often sensationalized and presented in a way that is designed to provoke a strong emotional response. This can lead to a distorted view of reality and make it more difficult to think critically about the issues facing society. False flag operations create an external enemy. By staging attacks and blaming them on other groups, the elite can create a sense of fear and justify military intervention or other forms of aggression. These operations are often carried out in secret and are designed to manipulate public opinion and justify actions that would otherwise be seen as unacceptable. How can we transcend these divisions, chosen ones? What steps can we take to create a more unified and peaceful world? Unity can be achieved by understanding how division is created. By recognizing the tactics used by the elite to divide people, we can resist their efforts and work to build bridges of understanding and cooperation. This requires a conscious effort to challenge our own biases and assumptions and to seek out diverse perspectives. It also requires a willingness to engage in respectful dialogue with those who hold different views. Consciously challenge our own biases. We all have biases, whether we realize it or not. These biases can influence our perceptions and judgments, making it difficult to see the world clearly. By challenging our own biases, we can become more open-minded and accepting of others. This requires a willingness to question our own beliefs and assumptions and to consider alternative perspectives. Seek common ground with those who hold different views. Even when we disagree with others, we can often find common ground. By focusing on our shared values and goals, we can build bridges of understanding and cooperation. This requires a willingness to listen to others and to understand their perspectives, even if we don't agree with them. Promote empathy and compassion. By cultivating empathy and compassion, we can develop a deeper understanding of the experiences of others and become more motivated to help those in need. This requires a willingness to step outside of our own comfort zones and to connect with people who are different from us. It also requires a willingness to challenge our own prejudices and assumptions. Cultivate inner peace. By cultivating inner peace, we can become more resilient to the stresses and challenges of life. This requires a willingness to let go of anger, resentment, and other negative emotions. It also requires a commitment to practicing mindfulness and meditation. It creates a more peaceful world. We can help to create a more peaceful and just world for all. Chosen ones, the suppression of Celtic druids in favor of Roman religions, is a perfect example of a time in history when an ancient culture that promoted inner power was intentionally eradicated. You might be surprised by how media narratives craft specific opinions, and those opinions control society. Hear this, a prophecy tells of the rise of the chosen ones and their role in transforming the world, and you are a part of this prophecy. Chosen ones, what if the real secret to unlocking your power lies not in choosing a side, but in embracing the paradox of holding seemingly opposing truths simultaneously? What if the prophecy of your rise hinges not on rigid belief, but on flexible understanding? Embracing paradox is the ability to hold seemingly contradictory ideas without internal conflict. It's the capacity to see value in different perspectives, recognize the limitations of any single viewpoint, and integrate seemingly opposing forces to create a more complete understanding of reality. It is not about fence-sitting or indecision, but about recognizing the inherent complexity of truth. It is about seeing the whole picture, not just the fragments. Think of it as holding two seemingly opposite ends of a magnet in your hands, feeling the tension, but not letting go of either, understanding that both are necessary to create the magnetic field. This ability undermines the elite's binary thinking because they thrive on division and polarization. Their power rests on the illusion that there are only two sides to every issue, that one must choose a side and demonize the other. But paradox allows for the acceptance of different viewpoints, recognizing that truth is often multifaceted and nuanced. It transcends us versus the mentality that the elite exploit to maintain control. The very act of embracing paradox is an act of rebellion against their manufactured divisions. Imagine a world where every individual is a walking paradox, capable of holding opposing beliefs in harmony. The world becomes infinitely more complicated to control. This is where the concept of integrative awareness comes into play, a higher state of consciousness that transcends duality. Integrative awareness is a state of being where one can see both sides of the coin and more. It's about recognizing the validity of different perspectives, even when they seem to contradict each other. It's the capacity to hold seemingly opposing ideas without internal conflict and to integrate them into a more complete understanding of reality. It's about seeing the interconnectedness of all things and recognizing that what affects one affects all. Consider a conflict where two parties held opposing views on how to solve a problem. By embracing paradox, they recognized the validity of both perspectives, integrated them into a new solution, and achieved a mutually beneficial outcome. For example, in environmental conservation, there's often a conflict between economic development and ecological preservation. One side may argue for prioritizing economic growth, even if it means sacrificing some environmental protections. The other side may argue for prioritizing ecological preservation, even if it means slowing down economic growth. By embracing paradox, both sides can recognize the validity of each other's concerns. They can find solutions that promote both economic development and ecological preservation. This could involve implementing sustainable development practices, investing in renewable energy, or creating incentives for businesses to adopt environmentally friendly technologies. What if the ability to unite seeming polar opposites to achieve a great purpose is the mark of a chosen one? The elites can only maintain a strong grip on things if the people think like them. How have they achieved this throughout the ages? How have they systematically eroded the capacity for nuance and complexity in our thinking? Throughout history, propaganda and misinformation have been used to manipulate public opinion, simplify complex issues, and create false narratives that serve the interests of those in power. The printing press, initially a tool for spreading knowledge, was quickly co-opted by those in power to disseminate propaganda and control the flow of information. Monarchs and religious institutions used it to promote their agendas, demonize their enemies, and suppress dissent. The control of information became a powerful weapon. By simplifying complex issues and presenting them in black and white terms, the elite can control the narrative and maintain their grip on power. The more complicated something is to understand, the harder it is to form an opinion, and the more people default to the established narrative. Look at history. Throughout history, intellectual inquiry and critical thinking have been suppressed, labeled as dangerous or subversive, and actively discouraged, preventing people from developing the ability to see through deception and manipulation. A complicated educational system is in itself a form of suppression. By making knowledge inaccessible and difficult to obtain, the elite can limit the number of people who are capable of critical thinking and independent thought. The system may encourage rote memorization over genuine understanding, stifling creativity and critical thinking skills. What if the elite knew that a complex educational system was a highly effective form of mind control? The destruction of historical documents to fit a particular narrative is another example. Throughout history, powerful individuals and institutions have sought to rewrite history by destroying or altering documents that contradict their preferred version of events. This is done to control the narrative, shape public opinion, and legitimize their power. The burning of the Library of Alexandria, the destruction of indigenous cultures' historical records by colonizers, are just a few examples of how the elite have sought to erase inconvenient truths from the historical record. By controlling what people know about the past, they can control how they view the present and the future. Modern issues are far more complex. How do the elite deal with this complexity to shape a specific viewpoint? Clickbait headlines grab attention, but they do so at the expense of accuracy and nuance. By sensationalizing and oversimplifying complex issues, clickbait headlines distort reality and prevent people from developing a deeper understanding of the world around them. They prey on emotions, stoking outrage and fear, rather than promoting critical thinking. Consider media using emotionally charged words in headlines, such as shocking, outrageous, or devastating, to manipulate the reader's emotional response and bypass their rational judgment. They present complex issues in simplistic terms, reducing them to sound bites that can be easily digested and shared on social media. This creates a distorted view of reality, preventing people from developing a nuanced understanding of the issues. Social media algorithms are known to create echo chambers, where people are only exposed to information that confirms their existing beliefs. This limits exposure to diverse perspectives and reinforces biases, making it more difficult to challenge the status quo. The algorithms prioritize content that is likely to generate engagement, such as posts that are emotionally charged or controversial. This creates a feedback loop that reinforces existing beliefs and makes it more difficult to break free from the echo chamber. Hashtag activism gives the illusion of influence. While it can raise awareness about important issues, it often lacks substance and fails to translate into meaningful action. It allows people to feel like they are making a difference without actually engaging in the hard work of social change. The elite co-opt #activism, using it as a tool to distract people from more meaningful forms of engagement. How can we fight this oversimplification? We've explored how the elite has a legacy of oversimplifying and limiting expression, but here is what you can do. Actively seek out diverse perspectives and sources of information, challenging your own biases and assumptions. Read books, articles, and blogs from different points of view, and engage in conversations with people who hold different beliefs than you. This will help you to develop a more nuanced understanding of the world. Practice critical thinking by questioning everything you hear and read, evaluating the evidence, and forming your own conclusions. Don't blindly accept what you are told, but do your own research and come to your own informed opinions. This is essential for protecting yourself from manipulation and deception. Resist the urge to jump to conclusions or make snap judgments. Take the time to carefully consider all sides of an issue before forming an opinion. The elite want you to react emotionally without thinking. By resisting this urge, you can maintain your clarity and make more informed decisions. Be willing to engage in civil discourse and respectful dialogue with those who hold different views. Even when you disagree with someone, you can still have a productive conversation. By listening to their perspective and sharing your own, you can build bridges of understanding and create a more unified society. A more complete worldview helps to shape the world for the better. This is your path, chosen ones. This is your destiny. What if you could harness the power of your intention to shape reality in profound ways, defying the elite's attempts to scatter your focus? What if the ability to maintain unwavering focus on a singular goal was the key to dismantling their control? Focused intention is the conscious direction of one's thoughts, emotions, and energy toward a specific goal or outcome. It is more than just wishful thinking. It is a deliberate act of aligning your inner world with your outer aspirations, creating a powerful force for manifestation. It requires clarity, commitment, and unwavering belief in your ability to achieve your goals. The elite want to keep you scattered and distracted, jumping from one thing to another. Focused intention allows you to cut through the noise, prioritize your goals, and direct your energy toward creating the life you desire. It empowers you to become the architect of your own reality, rather than a passive recipient of circumstances. It is like focusing sunlight through a magnifying glass. The scattered rays become a concentrated beam capable of igniting a fire. The intentional architect directs energy towards a singular purpose, with unwavering focus and determination. They are not swayed by distractions or setbacks, but remain steadfast in their pursuit of their goals. They have a clear vision of what they want to achieve, and they align their thoughts, emotions, and actions with that vision. They are the masters of their own destiny. Consider an athlete who visualized victory before a competition. They imagine themselves crossing the finish line, feeling the elation of success, and hearing the cheers of the crowd. This mental rehearsal primes their mind and body for peak performance, increasing their chances of achieving their goal. Countless athletes have used this to propel themselves to greatness. The elite will stop at nothing to keep you from directing your power in a focused way. Why do you think they bombard you with constant distractions? Why do they promote short-term thinking? For centuries, people have been using substances as a means of distraction, numbing their minds and escaping from reality. Alcohol, drugs, and other addictive substances can provide temporary relief from stress and anxiety, but they ultimately lead to dependence and a loss of control. They become tools of the elite, keeping people docile and compliant. What would happen if everyone was constantly focused and productive? Distracted people are easier to control. They are less likely to question authority, challenge the status quo, or pursue their own goals. They are more susceptible to manipulation and propaganda. The elite understand this, and they actively promote distractions to keep people from waking up to the truth. What if the elite actively promotes substance abuse to keep the masses docile and compliant? The promotion of short-term thinking prevents people from doing meaningful work. By focusing on immediate gratification and instant rewards, people lose sight of their long-term goals and fail to develop the skills and knowledge necessary to create lasting change. They become trapped in a cycle of consumerism and debt, working to pay for things they don't need, rather than pursuing their passions and contributing to the world. What if the entire economic system is designed to keep people focused on short-term gains and prevent them from pursuing their true calling? The elite may tell an audience that there is an imminent threat that demands immediate attention, diverting their focus from more important issues. This is a classic tactic of manipulation used to create fear and anxiety and to justify actions that would otherwise be seen as unacceptable. The threat may be real or imagined, but the effect is the same. People become distracted and lose sight of their long-term goals. Are you going to get distracted by a shiny thing, or are you going to stay the course? Encouraging busy work in corporate environments is another example. Employees are kept occupied with tasks that have little or no real value, preventing them from focusing on more important strategic initiatives. This is often done to create the illusion of productivity and to justify the salaries of managers and executives. It also serves to keep employees from thinking critically about the company's goals and strategies. The world of today is even more filled with distractions. How do you maintain your focus in this world? The concept of information overload is very real in the modern era. A constant barrage of notifications, emails, and social media updates can overwhelm the mind and make it difficult to concentrate. The elite exploit this by flooding the information landscape with noise, making it difficult to discern what is truly important. How much of your time do you spend sorting through information? Infinite scroll social media is designed to be addictive. By providing a never-ending stream of content, these platforms keep people engaged for hours on end, diverting their attention from more meaningful activities. They exploit the brain's reward system, creating a dopamine loop that is difficult to break. The elite profit from this addiction as it allows them to gather data and target advertising. Algorithms suggest doomer content. This can create a sense of hopelessness and despair, making it difficult to take action to improve your life or the world around you. The elite use this tactic to discourage dissent and to keep people from believing that change is possible. Are you constantly filled with dread? Promoting the idea that an individual is not safe, creating anxiety, is another common tactic. By instilling fear, the elite can control people's behavior and prevent them from taking risks. They use this tactic to justify increased surveillance, restrictions on personal freedoms, and military intervention. It's classic problem, reaction, solution. How can focus be reclaimed? How can you become an intentional architect in a world that is designed to distract you? Reclaiming power requires understanding. First, you must understand how the elite are trying to manipulate you. Limit your exposure to technology by setting boundaries and creating tech-free zones in your life. Turn off notifications, delete addictive apps, and schedule regular breaks from your devices. Reclaim your attention and direct it towards activities that nourish your mind, body, and soul. Start by turning off the phone at the dinner table and see where it goes from there. Practice mindfulness by paying attention to the present moment without judgment. Focus on your breath, your senses, and your thoughts without getting carried away by them. Mindfulness helps to cultivate awareness, reduce stress, and improve focus. It also trains the mind to resist distractions and to stay present in the moment. Set clear goals by defining what you want to achieve in your life and breaking down your goals into smaller, manageable steps. This will help you to stay focused and motivated even when faced with challenges. Write down your goals, create a plan of action, and track your progress. Cultivate discipline by developing the habits and routines that support your goals. This requires commitment, perseverance, and a willingness to overcome obstacles. Start with small, manageable changes and gradually build up to more challenging ones. Celebrate your successes and learn from your failures. Discipline can help to create a better world. This is your power, chosen ones. What if you could orchestrate a symphony of all these powers for ultimate power? What if these individual instruments, playing seemingly independent melodies, could be combined into a harmonious and unstoppable force? All of the powers discussed so far create one ultimate power. By uniting these individual abilities into a single, coherent force, you can unlock your full potential and become a true agent of change. Chosen ones, what if you could orchestrate a symphony of all these powers for ultimate power? Imagine all of your skills in perfect harmony, manifestation, intuition, and healing, all directed with focused intention. What could you achieve? Synergy, in its purest form, is when the combined effect of individual elements is greater than the sum of their separate effects. Think of a choir, where each voice contributes to a sound far richer and more powerful than any individual singer could create alone. It's the same with your spiritual gifts. When intuition, manifestation, healing, ethical action, community, resilience, focused intention, and declaration work in harmony, they create a powerful force for transformation. It's not just about having these powers, it's about conducting them like a master musician, creating a harmonious masterpiece of change. But here's what they don't want you to realize. The elite want you to focus on one power at a time, keeping you fragmented and weak. They want you to be a lone instrument, playing a single note. When you orchestrate your inner powers, you become a force to be reckoned with, a full orchestra capable of creating a symphony of change that resonates throughout the world. The spiritual conductor doesn't just possess these powers, they skillfully orchestrate them to create the most profound changes. Consider the story of Sarah Johnson, an activist in a small town. A massive corporation had been polluting her local town with waste, causing environmental damage and sickening residents. Sarah, a single mother, felt powerless. But instead of giving in to despair, she decided to act. First, she used her intuition to understand the corporation's weaknesses and identify potential allies. Then, she used focused intention to visualize a positive outcome and manifest the resources she needed. Next, she launched a community movement that used various means of ethical pressure to expose the corporation's misdeeds. The heat was turned up. She galvanized the townspeople. The result? Ultimately, her actions forced an executive to resign after the corporation was found to be polluting a local town. This activist orchestrated her skills. Unfortunately, spiritual powers have historically been suppressed from working together. How do the elite achieve this? What tactics do they use to keep you from uniting your inner forces? One of the most insidious methods is the fragmentation of knowledge and skills through specialization. In ancient times, knowledge was often held by individuals who could practice many crafts, alchemists and mystics, individuals who blended science, spirituality, and art. But the rise of specialized professions has systematically suppressed this Renaissance individual. Why? Those in power want to control who knows what. The Renaissance person, the polymath, threatens this control. Someone who possesses a broad range of knowledge and skills is harder to manipulate and control because they can see connections and patterns that specialists miss. They can think for themselves and challenge the status quo. This is why interdisciplinary approaches to problem solving are so often suppressed. Many fields and disciplines are siloed from one another in the modern world. Scientists are discouraged from exploring spiritual dimensions, artists are marginalized as impractical, and spiritual leaders are dismissed as irrelevant. This artificial division of knowledge prevents people from seeing the interconnectedness of all things and from developing holistic solutions to complex problems. The elite encourage tunnel vision, and people hyper-specialize so that they can't see the broader picture. Consider the fragmentation of local communities who would otherwise be able to more effectively respond to challenges as a group. In the past, communities were tightly knit, with strong social bonds and shared resources. People relied on each other for support and assistance, working together to overcome adversity. But the rise of individualism and consumerism has eroded these community bonds, leaving people isolated and vulnerable. The elite promote this fragmentation by encouraging competition, division, and a focus on individual success. Are you going to fall for the trap? New technologies lead to new methods of suppression. What schemes are used in the modern day to scatter your power? What subtle tactics are employed to keep you from achieving synergy? Consider the concept of app overload. Multiple apps compete for the attention of a user, each vying for a precious slice of their focus. A user might start the day with the best intentions, ready to meditate, manifest, and connect with their community, but before they know it, they're lost in a sea of notifications, updates, and distractions. The elites know this. A user might not remember any of the tips they learned when the push notification disappears. The information becomes fleeting, disconnected from any real-world application. The elites promote this endless cycle of more courses and more information, leading to a state of perpetual learning, but never truly integrating any of it. Is this you, chosen one? They also promote a dependence on others, relying too much on others to provide all the answers. Instead of developing their own intuition and inner guidance, people become dependent on gurus, experts, and authority figures. This external validation prevents them from trusting their own inner wisdom and from developing their own unique path. How can we combine all of the individual powers? It's only when the powers are combined that any meaningful transformation can occur. It's time to reclaim your power and orchestrate your inner symphony. How do you begin? First, create a personal mission statement. What is your purpose? What impact do you want to make on the world? This statement will serve as your compass, guiding your actions and decisions. This is your intention. Second, identify your strengths and weaknesses to create a plan. What skills and abilities do you possess? What areas do you need to improve? Be honest with yourself and create a realistic plan for development. Only then will you see results. Third, create a schedule to combine powers. How can you integrate these practices into your daily routine? Start small and gradually increase the time and intensity as you progress. This is how you find your rhythm. Fourth, take time to celebrate accomplishments. Acknowledge your progress and reward yourself for your efforts. This will help you stay motivated and inspired. This is how you stay committed. All of these steps are required to reach self-actualization. All of these things, working together, will change your life. Will you choose to yield to the elite and live a life of quiet desperation, scattered and disconnected from your true potential? Or will you choose to stand for good, orchestrating your inner powers and creating a symphony of change that resonates throughout the world? The choice, as always, is yours. Chosen ones, in the face of these external attacks, have you ever wondered if the true battlefield lies elsewhere, a place far more intimate and powerful than any physical realm? But what if the real war isn't fought on battlefields or in the halls of power, but within your own mind and heart? What if the key to unlocking your full potential and dismantling the elite's control lies in mastering your inner world? This, my friends, is the unseen battlefield, the inner war. It is the ongoing struggle between your higher self and your lower self, between love and fear, between truth and illusion. It is the battle for your thoughts, your emotions, and your beliefs, where the elite seek to control your mind and prevent you from accessing your true potential. The elite know that your thoughts are the seeds of reality, and your emotions are the water that nourishes them. If they can control your thoughts and emotions, they can control your reality, but they will fail. Winning this inner war is not merely a personal victory, it is essential for overcoming the elite's external control. The elite can only control you if they control your mind. By winning the inner war, you become immune to their manipulation, reclaiming your sovereignty and aligning yourself with your divine purpose. This is the ultimate act of rebellion, the most profound form of resistance. The elite fear those who have mastered their inner world, for they are unassailable. To become a master of this inner domain, you must cultivate the qualities of the inner warrior. This inner warrior can exist inside each of us. They are not defined by physical strength or aggression, but by unwavering self-mastery and profound inner peace. The inner warrior is disciplined, resilient, compassionate, and wise. They face their fears with courage, their doubts with faith, and their challenges with unwavering determination. They are the embodiment of self-control, the masters of their own destiny. Consider Oprah Winfrey, a modern example of someone who overcame immense inner demons to achieve greatness. Early in her career, she battled crippling anxiety and self-doubt, fearing that she wasn't good enough to be on television. But through years of therapy, meditation, and self-reflection, she conquered her inner demons and became one of the most successful and influential public speakers in the world. She turned her weakness into her strength. History is filled with examples of people winning the inner war. Let's take a look. Nelson Mandela spent decades in prison, unjustly incarcerated for fighting against apartheid. Yet, despite the brutality and isolation, he never allowed his spirit to be broken. His unwavering commitment to justice, his refusal to succumb to bitterness or hatred, was a testament to his extraordinary inner strength. Mandela's inner resilience was not merely a personal attribute. It was the very source of his power to inspire a movement and change a nation. His ability to forgive his oppressors, to see the humanity even in those who sought to destroy him, was a revolutionary act of love that shook the foundations of apartheid. Mandela's inner peace was what empowered him to change a nation. Then consider Viktor Frankl's experience in Nazi concentration camps, a man who experienced terrible suffering. As a psychiatrist, he knew that suffering can often be overcome with an adjusted mental state. He knew that life would get better and held on to that belief. Frankl's journey shows that an individual can find purpose, meaning, and even joy in the face of unimaginable adversity. His inner strength became a beacon of hope for his fellow prisoners and a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Imagine that kind of strength, chosen one. You may think that these levels of attacks only occur during war, but the attacks are less violent today and far more insidious. They are subtle, pervasive, and designed to erode your inner peace without you even realizing it. The goal: isolate you, destabilize you, and make you more susceptible to manipulation. One of the most prevalent modern methods of attacking inner peace is through news addiction. Constantly consuming negative news, with its endless stream of crises, conflicts, and catastrophes, keeps people in a state of perpetual anxiety and fear. The elites want you to be glued to the screen, to be bombarded with images of chaos and division, so that you become paralyzed by fear and lose sight of your own power. Consider a typical news article about a political event. It might use highly charged language, inflammatory rhetoric, and selective reporting to create an environment of constant unease and division. The goal is not to inform, but to provoke an emotional response, to trigger your fears and anxieties, and to keep you hooked on the drama. If your fears are triggered, you will stay tuned. Social media also plays a significant role in promoting mental unrest. The constant comparisons, the curated realities, the endless stream of opinions and judgments create a breeding ground for envy, insecurity, and self-doubt. Social media promotes drama to garner more attention, leading to more addiction. The elite weaponize these platforms. This leads to doom scrolling, a modern phenomenon where people compulsively consume negative news and social media content, despite knowing that it is detrimental to their mental well-being. Doom scrolling keeps people engaged, but leads to bad mental health. This is a self-destructive cycle that erodes inner peace and leaves people feeling overwhelmed, hopeless, and helpless. Given the constant barrage of attacks on our inner peace, what can be done to defeat this constant attack? How can we reclaim our inner sovereignty and cultivate a state of unwavering tranquility? What does that require of each and every one of us? Maintaining inner peace is difficult, but necessary. You have to choose to fight this battle. As a first step, limit news consumption and curate your media diet to focus on uplifting and empowering content rather than fear-based reporting. Seek out sources of information that promote hope, understanding, and positive action. Unplug from the matrix. Next, practice mindfulness and meditation to cultivate inner peace. Train your mind to focus on the present moment, to observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment, and to find stillness within the storm. Even a few minutes of daily meditation can make a profound difference in your ability to manage stress and cultivate inner peace. Connect with nature. Spend time in green spaces, breathe fresh air, and soak in the beauty of the natural world. Nature has a powerful healing effect on the mind and body, reducing stress, promoting relaxation, and restoring a sense of balance and harmony. Cultivate meaningful relationships and create a supportive network of friends and family. Surround yourself with people who uplift you, inspire you, and support your growth. Share your struggles, celebrate your victories, and create a community of love and understanding. When we reclaim our inner peace, we become less susceptible to the manipulation of the elite. We become more resilient, more compassionate, and more aligned with our divine purpose. We become the beacons of light that can guide others through the darkness. But this is only one part of the puzzle. We must also recognize the external attacks, but we're just scratching the surface of the elite's agenda. What you'll discover next is even more shocking: how technology is being weaponized to control your very thoughts and emotions. Chosen one, what if time itself is not the rigid, unyielding force we've been led to believe? What if time, like reality itself, is far more fluid, malleable, and subject to manipulation than you ever imagined? And what if the elite possess the keys to manipulating your perception of time, keeping you trapped in a cycle of stress, urgency, and ultimately, control? The illusion of time runs far deeper than clocks and calendars. It's a carefully constructed system that disconnects you from the eternal present, the only place where true power resides. The elite want you to believe that time is scarce, that you're always running out of it, that you must constantly strive and compete to make the most of it. This creates a sense of anxiety and urgency that makes you far more susceptible to their control. After all, if you're always feeling rushed, you're easier to control. You never get to appreciate what you have. Consider the implications of this. If you're perpetually chasing deadlines, worrying about the future, or regretting the past, you're not fully present in the moment. You're not connecting with your intuition, your creativity, or your inner wisdom. You're not experiencing the joy and abundance that are available to you right now. You're living in a state of mental and emotional fragmentation, which drains your energy and weakens your resolve. But what if you could break free from this temporal prison? What if you could learn to bend time to your will, to expand your perception of the present moment, and to access the infinite possibilities that lie beyond the confines of linear time? This is the power of the time bender, one who understands the illusory nature of time and wields it with intention and skill. Think of an entrepreneur who uses time blocking to radically increase their productivity. They consciously schedule their day, allocating specific blocks of time for focused work, creative pursuits, and restful breaks. By deliberately managing their attention and energy, they accomplish far more in less time, freeing themselves from the tyranny of the clock and creating space for what truly matters. This is just a glimpse into the power of mastering time. The elites have understood the power of time for centuries, which is why they have sought to control and manipulate it throughout history. From the ringing of church bells in medieval villages to the rigid schedules of modern factories, the control of time has always been a tool of power and domination. Control the use of people's time, and you control their life. In ancient cultures, time was understood to be cyclical, not linear. They marked time with seasonal changes and activities. Certain rituals could be performed at certain times to alter the course of a person's life. But this knowledge was suppressed, deemed heretical or dangerous by those in power. They promoted a linear view of time. Consider the control over harvest times and related activities. By dictating when farmers planted, harvested, and traded their crops, the elite could control the flow of resources and maintain their economic dominance. They understood that time was not just a measure of duration, but a strategic asset to be managed and exploited. Today, the manipulation of time is far more subtle and pervasive. We live in a world of constant digital distraction, where our attention is fragmented and scattered across countless devices, apps, and notifications. A smartphone constantly seeks attention. Notifications are designed to be addictive. The modern world promotes multitasking. It has been shown that multitasking dramatically reduces production. This constant barrage of stimuli creates a state of chronophobia, a constant fear of not getting enough done, of falling behind, of missing out. It keeps us trapped in a cycle of urgency and anxiety, preventing us from fully engaging with the present moment and accessing our true potential. How can we seize control of our time and reclaim our sovereignty in this age of digital distraction? How can we become time benders, masters of our own temporal destiny? We must wrest control of our time back, practice mindfulness and be present in the moment. Prioritize time, set boundaries, disconnect from technology. Taking control of our time creates a better life. But what if the very concepts of good and evil have been twisted and manipulated to serve the elite's agenda? What if some of those who claim to be enlightened are in fact wolves in sheep's clothing, leading you down a path of deception and control? The truth is far more complex, and discerning it requires a critical eye and an unwavering commitment to truth. The concept of false light refers to deceptive forces that masquerade as benevolent or spiritual, but ultimately serve to manipulate and control. It's the wolf in sheep's clothing, the sweet-talking con artist, the charismatic leader who leads you astray. False light is love-bombing someone only to take advantage of them later. Recognizing and avoiding false light is essential for discerning truth from deception and protecting yourself from manipulation. The elites often appear kind, but are anything but. The truth seeker will question everything. A media personality promotes kindness, but treats the staff poorly. This is false light. Throughout history, religious institutions have been used to control populations. People have claimed to speak on behalf of higher beings. The power is addictive. Consider the dangers of cults. Cults often control people. Spiritual leaders can take advantage of followers. Priests throughout history have abused their power. These are all examples of false light. In today's complex world, how do the elites seek to take advantage of others through manipulations of spirituality? They will exploit your spirituality. The elites profit off of people who are on a spiritual journey. Courses are sold that lead nowhere. This leaves people empty and confused. Some people claim to be light workers but engage in unethical behavior. This is love bombing. How can you identify these false leaders and protect yourself from their manipulative tactics? It is up to each individual to learn how to discriminate. Trust your intuition. Question everything. Look at actions. Be skeptical of quick fixes. True change takes time. But what if the biggest obstacle to your power isn't the elite or false light, but the darkness you haven't faced within yourself? What if your own shadow self is holding you back from realizing your full potential and fulfilling your divine purpose? Are you ready to confront the darkness within? The shadow self encompasses the unconscious aspects of your personality, the repressed emotions, the hidden fears, and the unacknowledged desires that you may not even be aware of. The shadow self includes the negative traits a person has. Recognizing and integrating your shadow is essential for becoming more whole, more authentic, and more powerful. Shadow work must be done to become whole. One who has completed their shadow work is an integrated being. Consider an individual who overcomes a personal addiction. By confronting their inner demons, their repressed emotions, and their self-destructive patterns, they reclaim their power and transform their life. This is the power of shadow work. Historically, people will project their own traits onto others. This is very dangerous. It starts wars. Scapegoating has been a way to avoid facing collective shadows and maintain social control. Blaming one group for the problems of society, avoiding the recognition of personal darkness leads to a hunger for control. The result, a desire to maintain a certain standing. Accusations of witchcraft are prime examples. Violent impulses need to be dealt with. Wars are often started when one group dehumanizes another. This is the danger of projecting one's shadow onto others. What do these projections look like in today's complex world? Consider virtue signaling, claiming to be ethical while behaving otherwise. Someone claims to support a cause, but engages in none of the work. It allows people to feel like they're contributing, but are, in reality, doing nothing. Online shaming is another sign, condemning other individuals, but not looking inward. How can we stop these attacks and embrace the full spectrum of our being, both light and shadow? Accepting self starts with an understanding of the shadows. Practice self-compassion. Identify personal triggers. Take responsibility for your actions. Stop judging others. By doing shadow work, you are taking a massive step on your spiritual journey, but we've just begun to scratch the surface. What awaits us is a deep dive into a secret so well guarded, it could redefine everything you think you know about your place in this world. Chosen one, what if your emotions weren't weaknesses, but powerful tools that the elite have taught you to fear and suppress? What if unlocking the true potential of your emotions was the key to dismantling their control? The truth is, emotions are not your enemy. Emotions are energy in motion. They are signals, messengers from your subconscious, providing valuable information about your inner world and your external environment. The elite want you to believe that emotions are irrational and should be suppressed, but this is a lie designed to keep you disconnected from your inner wisdom and your true power. Emotional mastery is not about suppressing or denying your emotions. It's about acknowledging, processing, and transforming them. It's about understanding the messages they carry and using them to guide your actions. It's about becoming the emotional alchemist, transforming lead into gold, pain into power. Think of the artist who channels their grief into a masterpiece. They don't deny their sadness, but instead, they use it as fuel for their creativity, transforming their pain into something beautiful and meaningful. This is emotional alchemy in action. They express it through their art. The concept of the Stoic implies emotional control is important. The elites know this and will try to prevent this from happening. Chosen one. They want you emotionally reactive. They will try to control your emotions, not empower you. For centuries, fear-based messaging has been used to control populations. Governments use fear-mongering to manipulate the masses into submission, creating a climate of anxiety and obedience. A fearful population is easily controlled. This programming is deeply embedded in our societal structures. From the stiff upper lip mentality to the suppression of emotional intelligence in schools, we are taught to disconnect from our feelings and to prioritize logic over emotion. Engaging with your emotions means allowing yourself to feel the full spectrum of human experience without judgment or resistance. It means acknowledging your anger and sadness without allowing it to consume you and using it as a catalyst for growth and transformation. Consider those who are constantly angry but unaware of it. They lash out at others, unable to process their own pain. The world of today is much more focused on emotional influence. How is it done? It is subtle but pervasive, and it is designed to keep you in a state of constant anxiety and reactivity. Chosen one, do you see the patterns at play? Consider the rise of trigger warnings. While seemingly intended to protect, they often serve to create a state of hypervigilance, making the user more anxious and reactive. They're being triggered more often. News sites bombard you with a never-ending stream of tragic events, designed to evoke feelings of fear, sadness, and outrage. It is emotionally exhausting. Algorithms exacerbate this situation, feeding you more and more bad news, resulting in doom scrolling and a distorted view of reality. It's a vicious cycle designed to keep you hooked and emotionally drained. Even the concept of emotional labor, where women are often expected to be happy and kind regardless of their feelings, contributes to the suppression of authentic emotions. It forces them to suppress their true feelings. Is it possible to escape from this matrix of emotional manipulation? Can we reclaim our emotional sovereignty and live authentically in a world designed to control our feelings? The answer, chosen one, lies within you. Freedom requires control over emotions. It requires the ability to observe your feelings without judgment, to process them with compassion, and to transform them into fuel for your divine purpose. Practice emotional regulation techniques, such as mindfulness, meditation, and deep breathing, to cultivate a sense of inner peace and stability. Learn to manage your triggers. Question your emotional reactions. Ask yourself why you're feeling a certain way and whether your response is truly aligned with your values and your goals. Get to the root cause of the feeling. Seek therapy or counseling to gain insights into your emotional patterns and to develop healthy coping mechanisms. It is often necessary to consult with an expert. Create art to transmute your emotions, transforming your pain into something beautiful and meaningful. Express yourself through your creativity. It is always possible to gain control over emotions. It is your divine right to live a life of emotional freedom and authenticity. Take heart, chosen one, for you have the power within you to transform your emotions and reclaim your sovereignty. What if the key to unlocking your full potential lies in releasing the chains of resentment and embracing the transformative power of forgiveness? What if holding on to anger is actually holding you back from your divine destiny? Forgiveness is not condoning the actions of others, but releasing yourself from the prison of anger and resentment. It's about choosing to let go of the pain and suffering that you've been carrying, freeing yourself to move forward with a lighter heart. Forgiveness empowers by severing emotional cords to the past, freeing you from the grip of past hurts and allowing you to create a brighter future. It's about taking back your power and choosing to live in peace. The compassionate liberator understands that everyone makes mistakes, that we are all flawed and imperfect beings. They see the humanity in others and choose to respond with compassion and understanding. Consider someone who forgives a parent for mistakes in childhood. They acknowledge the pain they experienced, but they also recognize that their parent did the best they could with what they had. By forgiving them, they release themselves from the burden of resentment and create space for healing and growth. They can now move on with their life. Forgiveness is a skill, but it is also something that has been deliberately suppressed by the elite. They know that a population consumed by anger and resentment is easier to control. The use of an eye for an eye has been prevalent in many ancient cultures, where violence was seen as the only solution to conflict. This cycle of vengeance perpetuates a climate of fear and unrest. Holding on to anger keeps a person in a state of unrest. They are unable to move on with their life. They focus on the past rather than the present. The dangers of blood feuds, where one act of violence can lead to generations of conflict, demonstrate the destructive power of unforgiveness. These feuds impede progress. They have been found to impede economic development, as people are afraid to invest in communities plagued by violence. The consequences are far-reaching. Promoting justifiable reasons for war, where violence is glorified and forgiveness is seen as a sign of weakness, perpetuates a cycle of hatred and destruction. This is how the elites maintain control. The modern era is much more subtle. The tactics are more insidious. They are designed to manipulate you without your knowledge. Consider the rise of grievance studies, claiming to study injustice, but actually promoting anger and resentment. It's a subtle form of manipulation. A university promotes anger and resentment towards certain groups, creating a culture of constant unease and division. This serves the elite's agenda by keeping people divided and distracted. It creates a culture of constant unease. People are always on edge. They are always looking for something to be angry about. The glorification of revenge in movies and television encourages people to act violently to get revenge, perpetuating a cycle of aggression. It is a subtle form of programming. How can we break free from these narratives? How can we choose forgiveness in a world that glorifies vengeance? The answer, chosen one, lies in a conscious decision to reclaim your power and embrace compassion. Freeing yourself requires freedom from anger. It requires a conscious decision to let go of the past and embrace a future of peace and forgiveness. Acknowledge your pain. Allow yourself to feel the full weight of your emotions without judgment or resistance. Practice empathy. Try to understand the perspective of those who have hurt you, recognizing that they are also flawed and imperfect beings. Make a conscious decision to forgive. Choose to release the anger and resentment that you've been carrying, freeing yourself to move forward with a lighter heart. Seek support from friends, family, or a therapist to help you process your emotions and navigate the journey of forgiveness. Forgiveness frees everyone. It heals both the forgiver and the forgiven, creating a world of greater compassion and understanding. Now, let me share a historical example of a leader who was slow to forgive. Consider how the Catholic Church was slow to apologize to Galileo. The implications of their slowness resonate even today. It's time to expose a specific technique used by the elite to manipulate your thoughts and emotions. It's time to understand how to identify gaslighting. And finally, allow me to unveil a prophecy, chosen one. Those who are truly free have no need for revenge, but more on that later. In the meantime, embrace the next revelation. Chosen one, what if the limits you believe are real were simply constructs of your mind, illusions woven so tightly that they feel like unbreakable chains? What if these perceived limitations are not your fault, but carefully crafted narratives implanted since birth, designed to keep you from realizing your true potential? The illusion of limitation is a powerful tool used by the elite to maintain control. They understand that a population that believes they cannot achieve their dreams, that they are confined to a certain social strata or economic bracket, is far easier to manage. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you believe you're stuck, you won't even try to break free. They want you to stay in your lane, to accept your lot in life, to never question the boundaries they've set for you. But I ask you, can you truly be happy living a life that you've been told to live, rather than a life you feel called to live? But what about the limitless being, the individual who recognizes the inherent abundance of the universe and their own boundless potential? This person understands that the world is not a place of scarcity, but a vast garden overflowing with opportunity, waiting to be cultivated. They know that their thoughts, beliefs, and actions shape their reality, and they refuse to be bound by the limitations imposed by others. Instead, they break free from the chains of fear and doubt and embrace the infinite possibilities that lie before them. Imagine someone suddenly going from living in poverty to being wealthy. Is it possible, or is it magic? Consider the story of an ordinary individual who defied all expectations and achieved greatness. This person grew up in a small town, facing numerous obstacles and setbacks. They were told that their dreams were unrealistic, that they should settle for a safe and stable job. But deep down, they knew they were destined for more. So they ignored the naysayers, believed in themselves, and took bold action towards their goals. Against all odds, they not only achieved their dreams, but also inspired countless others to do the same. If they did it, why can't you? Historically, societies have often been structured in ways that reinforce these illusions of limitation, making it difficult, if not impossible, for individuals to transcend their predetermined roles. Think about it. How many people throughout history have been born into circumstances that seem to dictate their destiny? Consider the ancient caste system, a rigid social hierarchy that trapped individuals within specific classes based on birth. In this system, upward mobility was virtually non-existent. People were expected to fulfill the duties of their caste, with little hope of ever escaping their social standing. This system, while seemingly relegated to the past, reflects the underlying desire of the elite to maintain a stratified society, where power and privilege remain concentrated in the hands of a select few. How can anyone reach their full potential in a system like this? These ancient systems are still in effect, albeit in more subtle forms. The modern economic system, with its vast disparities in wealth and opportunity, often perpetuates a similar cycle of limitation. Those born into poverty may face systemic barriers that make it incredibly difficult to climb the economic ladder, while those born into privilege enjoy advantages that further solidify their position. It is a constant struggle for survival. Likewise, feudalism, with its rigid social hierarchy and limited opportunities for advancement, exemplifies how the elite benefited from maintaining a rigid social structure, ensuring their own continued dominance. Serfs were bound to the land, unable to escape their roles as laborers, while the lords and nobles enjoyed a life of luxury and power. This system, while seemingly a relic of the past, reflects a persistent pattern of exploitation and control that continues to manifest in various forms throughout history. Is it possible that these systems are designed to keep people down? These elites created and benefited from these rigid structures. Consider also the legal limitations placed on black people. Even after slavery was abolished, discriminatory laws and practices continued to restrict their opportunities and limit their social and economic mobility. This is a clear example of how those in power can use legal and social mechanisms to maintain their dominance and suppress the potential of marginalized groups. In the modern world, physical chains and overt forms of oppression are less common. What has replaced them? What are the new methods being used to impose limits on your potential, to keep you trapped within the matrix of control? The answer lies in the subtle yet pervasive influence of cultural norms, societal expectations, and carefully crafted narratives that shape your beliefs and perceptions. It's as if the chains have become invisible, yet they still bind you just as tightly. Cultural norms, often presented as appropriate or acceptable behavior, are frequently aligned with the interests of the elite. These norms can subtly steer individuals towards choices that benefit those in power, while simultaneously limiting their own freedom and potential. Are you living a life that society tells you to, or are you living the life you feel called to live? For example, the expectation that individuals will pursue a traditional path of going to college, getting a job, and working for 40 years before retiring is a deeply ingrained cultural norm. While this path may provide a sense of security and stability, it can also prevent people from striking out on their own, pursuing their passions, or challenging the status quo. It keeps people comfortable, but is comfort what you want? What does this system do? It is designed to keep people in a state of perpetual servitude, dependent on the system for their survival. It discourages risk-taking, creativity, and independent thought, all of which are essential for breaking free from the matrix of control. Is that what you want for your life? Societal expectations surrounding marriage, children, and staying in the same town, rather than exploring the world, further reinforce these limitations. These expectations can create a sense of obligation and confinement, preventing individuals from pursuing their dreams and living authentically. They are told to settle down, to conform to the expectations of others, to sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of tradition. But chosen one, is this truly the path to fulfillment? Is it possible to break free from these norms? Can you transcend the perceived limits of your circumstances and create a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose? Absolutely. The first step is to recognize that these limits are, in fact, illusions, constructs of your mind that can be dismantled with conscious awareness and unwavering belief. The limits of the world exist only in your mind. Therefore, challenge your limiting beliefs. What are the negative thoughts and assumptions that are holding you back? Where did these beliefs come from? Are they truly your own, or have they been implanted by external forces? Once you identify these limiting beliefs, you can begin to dismantle them, replacing them with empowering thoughts and affirmations. Do you believe that you are capable of achieving your dreams? Visualize yourself succeeding. See yourself living the life you desire, achieving your goals, and fulfilling your purpose. The more vividly you can imagine it, the more likely you are to manifest it into reality. After all, thoughts become things. See yourself succeeding, take risks, step outside your comfort zone, and embrace the unknown. This is where true growth and transformation happen. It may be scary, but it is also incredibly liberating. Don't let fear hold you back from pursuing your dreams. What is the worst thing that could happen? Celebrate your progress. Acknowledge and appreciate every step you take towards your goals, no matter how small. This will keep you motivated and inspired, reminding you that you are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. The small victories can often have the biggest impact. It is always possible to achieve your dreams. It is your divine right to live a life of abundance, joy, and fulfillment. Have faith in yourself, trust in the universe, and never give up on your vision. It is all possible. Chosen one, what if your dissatisfaction, your sense of lack, stems from a simple inability to appreciate what you already possess? What if transforming your perspective from one of scarcity to one of gratitude is the key to unlocking abundance in your life? Gratitude is the feeling of appreciation, the recognition of the good things in your life. It's about focusing on what you have, rather than what you lack. It's about seeing the beauty in the everyday moments and acknowledging the blessings that surround you. It's a powerful force that can shift your perspective and transform your reality. It can also change your life. Gratitude empowers by shifting your focus from what you lack to what you have. When you focus on the good in your life, you attract more of it. This creates a positive feedback loop where gratitude leads to abundance, which in turn leads to even more gratitude. It's a virtuous cycle that can transform your entire life. Think about it. Is it better to be happy or sad? The grateful soul possesses a unique ability to see the positive in every situation, no matter how challenging. They understand that even in the midst of adversity, there is always something to be grateful for. This positive outlook allows them to navigate life's challenges with grace, resilience, and unwavering hope. They are truly able to see the light, even when it is dark. Consider an individual who expresses constant thanks. This person might face numerous challenges, but they always find something to be grateful for, from the roof over their head to the support of their loved ones. Their gratitude not only sustains them through difficult times, but also attracts positive energy and opportunities into their life. Their positive attitude can even influence others. Since happiness is the ultimate goal, the elite will attempt to prevent that at every turn. They seek to distract you from the things you already have, to make you believe that true happiness lies just beyond your reach, in the accumulation of more material possessions. How can they ensure that you are always chasing something, never truly content with what you have? The promotion of consumerism as the ultimate answer is a key tactic used by the elite to suppress gratitude. People are led to believe that buying things will make them happy, that acquiring the latest gadgets or fashion trends will fill a void in their lives. This relentless pursuit of material possessions only leads to a cycle of dissatisfaction and a constant yearning for more. What is the latest thing that you think you need? This promotion is often linked to a lack of self-worth. People begin to believe that objects will fill a void. They are led to believe that their value is determined by what they own, rather than by who they are as individuals. This creates a sense of insecurity and a constant need for external validation. Social comparison, fueled by social media platforms that exist specifically for people to brag, further exacerbates this problem. The constant exposure to curated images of others' seemingly perfect lives can lead to feelings of inadequacy, envy, and dissatisfaction with one's own life. You see others with more, and you want it too. This constant barrage of negativity can lead to serious depression and anxiety. It's a vicious cycle that keeps people trapped in a state of unhappiness and discontent. Is it possible to break free from this cycle and cultivate a sense of genuine gratitude, regardless of external circumstances? Is it possible to just be happy with what you have? Political leaders, seeking to maintain their power and control, often use divisive rhetoric to pit people against each other, creating a climate of animosity and resentment. This constant division prevents people from uniting and focusing on the things that truly matter, such as gratitude, compassion, and community. They will create division at every turn. If we're constantly bombarded with reasons to be unhappy, how can we cultivate a grateful heart? How can we resist the forces that seek to suppress our joy and contentment? The answer lies in a conscious decision to challenge these negative narratives and to actively cultivate a sense of gratitude in our daily lives. It all starts with you. Influencer culture is focused on products. With its constant emphasis on product placement and the relentless pursuit of material possessions, further reinforces the message that happiness can be bought. This creates a culture of constant consumption, where individuals are always striving to keep up with the Joneses. However, what are you truly pursuing? constant product promotion is all that matters. From fashion and beauty products to travel destinations and luxury goods, influencers constantly bombard their followers with advertisements, blurring the lines between authentic content and blatant marketing. This creates a desire to want something new. It is never ending. The desire to keep up with the Joneses, to constantly acquire the newest and most fashionable items, fuels a cycle of debt and dissatisfaction. People are willing to spend beyond their means in order to project an image of success and happiness, even if it means sacrificing their financial stability and peace of mind. It's a never-ending arms race. A sense of entitlement, particularly among younger generations, further contributes to the problem. This expectation of being taken care of receiving things without having to work for them, undermines the value of gratitude and hard work. This creates a society that is constantly demanding more, without ever appreciating what it already has. Are you entitled, or are you grateful? Can we turn this tide? Can we create a culture that values gratitude, contentment, and authentic happiness over material possessions and social status? The answer, chosen one, lies in cultivating a grateful heart, one act of kindness, one moment of appreciation at a time. It starts with you, it starts today, and it's never too late to turn it around. Thankfulness is a habit. It is something that needs to be cultivated and practiced on a regular basis. Just as physical exercise strengthens your body, practicing gratitude strengthens your mind and spirit, making you more resilient to the negative forces that seek to undermine your joy. How can you train yourself to be more grateful? Keep a gratitude journal. Each day, write down a few things you are grateful for. This simple practice can shift your focus from what you lack to what you have, creating a sense of abundance and contentment. Even on the most challenging days, you can always find something to be grateful for. You can be thankful for what you have. Write thank you notes. Expressing your appreciation to others, whether through a handwritten note, a phone call, or a heartfelt conversation, not only brightens their day, but also reinforces your own sense of gratitude. A little kindness goes a long way. Thank others. Perform acts of service. Helping others in need is a powerful way to cultivate gratitude and connect with something larger than yourself. Whether it's volunteering at a local charity, donating to a worthy cause, or simply lending a helping hand to a neighbor, acts of service can bring a deep sense of purpose and fulfillment. Take the time to assist. Savor the small moments. Take the time to appreciate the simple pleasures in life, such as a beautiful sunset, a warm cup of coffee, or a loving embrace. These small moments, often overlooked, are the building blocks of a happy and fulfilling life. Stop and smell the roses. Focus on thankfulness will completely shift a person's world. The possibilities are endless. Chosen one, what if the most potent force in the universe is your unwavering belief, a force the elite try to manipulate and control? What if your beliefs aren't just thoughts, but powerful magnets that attract experiences, shape your reality, and ultimately determine your destiny? Belief is a strong conviction, a deep-seated certainty that something is true, regardless of external evidence. It's more than just wishful thinking. It's an unwavering commitment to a particular vision, a steadfast trust in the unseen forces that guide your life. Belief is the foundation upon which you build your reality. Without it, your dreams are just empty words. So what do you believe about yourself? What a person believes, they can achieve. What you believe about yourself, about the world, and about your potential will ultimately determine what you achieve in life. If you believe you are capable of greatness, you will strive for greatness. If you believe you are worthy of love, you will attract love into your life. Your beliefs shape your actions, and your actions shape your destiny. The true believer trusts their gut. They have unwavering faith in their intuition, in their ability to discern truth from falsehood, and in their connection to something larger than themselves. This unwavering belief empowers them to overcome obstacles, navigate challenges, and ultimately fulfill their divine purpose. They are not easily swayed by external pressures or doubts, for they know that their inner compass will always guide them in the right direction. It is imperative to trust your gut. Consider an individual who believes they will recover and does. This person may face a serious illness or injury, but they refuse to succumb to fear or despair. They believe in their body's ability to heal, in the power of positive thinking, and in the support of their loved ones. This unwavering belief, combined with appropriate medical care, can often lead to miraculous recoveries. They can overcome the pain, and they can overcome the illness. What if we are told that everything we believe in is a fairy tale? What if the very foundation of your faith, your hope, and your trust in the universe is undermined by forces seeking to control your mind and shape your reality? This is the challenge faced by those who awaken to the manipulation of the elite, who seek to dismantle your beliefs and replace them with a narrative of doubt, fear, and despair. Will you let them do it? Scientific reductionism is a tool the elite often use to dismiss what can't be empirically tested, such as spiritual experiences, intuition, and faith. By emphasizing only what can be measured and quantified, they seek to limit your understanding of reality and disconnect you from the unseen forces that shape your life. They want you to believe only what you can see. Do you only believe what you can see? To encourage you to only believe what they can see, they push atheism. Religion can provide hope and comfort to many, but atheism can feel empty and meaningless for some people. It can leave them feeling lost and disconnected, without a sense of purpose or meaning. This is precisely what the elite desire, for a population without hope is far easier to control. They are actively trying to disconnect you from something greater than yourself. The true goal is to disconnect you from something greater. The elite seek to isolate you from your spiritual connection, from your sense of belonging to a larger community, and from your belief in a higher power. This isolation leaves you vulnerable to their manipulation and control, as you lose sight of your true potential and your divine purpose. They want to keep you from understanding your power. The elite will also make people feel as though they're not worthy of love, because people who believe they are unlovable are less likely to challenge authority or resist oppression. They are easier to control, as they lack the self-confidence and self-worth to stand up for themselves. Remember this, chosen one, you are worthy of love. It's tough to hold on to belief in a world filled with fake news, misinformation, and constant attacks on your values. How can you maintain your faith in the face of such relentless negativity? How can you discern truth from falsehood when the lines are so blurred? The answer lies in developing critical thinking skills, cultivating a strong sense of inner guidance, and surrounding yourself with supportive people who share your values. Fake news makes it tough to trust anything. How can you know what is real and what is not? Politicians lie to you. They promise one thing and then do another. All of this can cause people to lose faith. Where is there any truth? The impact of this is profound. People lose faith in institutions, in leaders, and even in each other. This creates a climate of cynicism and distrust, making it difficult to unite and work towards a common goal. This is precisely what the elite desire. For a divided population is far easier to control. They succeed because they drive division. It can be difficult to speak out because of cancel culture. What can you believe in? Where can you find a harbor? But can we find something to believe in? Can we rebuild trust in a world that seems to be crumbling around us? The answer, chosen one, lies in nurturing unwavering belief, in cultivating a steadfast trust in yourself, in the universe, and in the power of love. Rebuilding trust isn't easy. Rebuilding trust requires time, patience, and a willingness to forgive. It also requires a willingness to challenge your own biases and assumptions, to question the narratives you've been told, and to seek out the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Surround yourself with supportive people who will help remind you of your strength. Seek out those who share your values, who believe in your potential, and who will encourage you to pursue your dreams. A supportive community can provide the strength and resilience you need to weather any storm. A team can support you, and you can support them. Connect with nature. Spend time outdoors, immersing yourself in the beauty and wonder of the natural world. Nature has a way of grounding you, of reminding you of your connection to something larger than yourself. It can also help to restore your faith in the goodness of the universe. Take a moment to walk barefoot in the grass. Engage in activities you love. Pursue your passions, explore your creativity, and do things that bring you joy. These activities can help to nourish your soul, to restore your energy, and to remind you of your own inherent worth. You are worthy of joy. Find purpose. Connect with something that is larger than yourself. What can you believe in that makes your life matter? This could be a cause you believe in, a community you serve, or a creative project that inspires you. Having a sense of purpose can give you the strength and motivation to overcome any obstacle. You can change the world. The possibilities are limitless. The world is full of unlimited possibilities. Your potential is boundless, and your power to create your own reality is immense. Have faith in yourself, trust in the universe, and never give up on your dreams. The power is now there. It's all waiting for you, waiting to be unleashed. But here's what they don't want you to know. Those who seek power over others are ultimately the weakest, shackled by their own fear and insecurity. What awaits you next, chosen one, is how you can be set free. The revelations are all waiting for you. Chosen one, what if the physical world is only a small part of reality, and the elite are desperately trying to keep you disconnected from the vast potential of the quantum field? What if everything you thought was fixed was in fact fluid? The quantum field is the underlying fabric of reality, a realm of infinite possibilities. Think of it as a field of energy and information that connects all things, where your thoughts, emotions, and intentions can directly influence physical reality. It's a cosmic soup of potential, waiting for your conscious awareness to shape it. It's as close as your very thoughts. Connecting to the quantum field empowers you to transcend limitations and manifest your desires. When you tap into this field, you gain access to infinite possibilities, breaking free from the constraints of linear time, physical laws, and limiting beliefs. You become a conscious co-creator of your reality, no longer a passive observer, but an active participant in the unfolding of your destiny. It is a partnership between you and the universe. The quantum weaver is someone who consciously interacts with the quantum field. They understand the power of intention, the interconnectedness of all things, and the ability of consciousness to shape reality. They are masters of manifestation, able to bring their dreams into tangible form through focused thought, emotion, and action. They may even be walking among us right now. Consider the placebo effect. Patients' beliefs and expectations can profoundly influence their health outcomes, demonstrating the power of the mind to affect physical reality. This isn't just wishful thinking. It's a tangible example of how your consciousness can directly impact your physical body. What is that saying about mind over matter? Now, what if knowledge of quantum physics has been suppressed by certain groups? What if understanding its possibilities represents a threat to the status quo? Throughout history, esoteric knowledge and mystical traditions, which explored the interconnectedness of all things and the power of consciousness, were often suppressed by those in power. These traditions, from ancient shamanism to Hermeticism, offered individuals a direct path to spiritual and personal empowerment, challenging the authority of established institutions. Knowledge is power, and certain people want to keep that knowledge for themselves. By limiting access to this knowledge, the elite sought to control who could access the power to shape reality. They understood that a population that is aware of its own creative potential is far more difficult to control than a population that believes it is powerless. It's a strategy of divide and conquer, keeping people disconnected from their true selves and their inherent abilities. This is the real game they're playing. In history, some people were ostracized for thinking differently. Scientists and thinkers who challenged the established scientific paradigm, particularly those who explored the non-material aspects of reality, were often ridiculed, dismissed, or even persecuted. Their ideas were seen as a threat to the prevailing worldview, and those in power sought to silence them. Think of Galileo, who was punished for thinking the Earth was round. Thoughts can change the world. Quantum physics reveals that observation influences reality, meaning that your thoughts and intentions have a direct impact on the world around you. This is not just a philosophical concept, but a scientific principle that has been demonstrated in numerous experiments. Your mind is a powerful tool, and your thoughts are the building blocks of your reality. Use them wisely. Consider intention. Your focused intention can influence the behavior of quantum particles, demonstrating the power of your consciousness to shape the world around you. This isn't magic, it's quantum physics. Your intentions are like seeds that you plant in the quantum field, and with the right focus and energy, they can blossom into tangible reality. What will you choose to plant? What are some of the modern techniques being used today to keep the masses from this knowledge? What has been put in place to obscure our ability to connect to the quantum field? Scientism has resulted in many useful inventions, but can't be applied to everything. This ideology, which insists that only empirically verifiable data is valid, dismisses non-physical phenomena as unscientific, effectively discrediting spiritual practices, intuitive abilities, and other forms of non-material knowledge. While science has its place, it cannot explain everything, and to deny the existence of anything beyond the realm of scientific measurement is to limit our understanding of reality. Science doesn't have all the answers. Certain people believe that quantum entanglement is not real. Skeptics often attempt to debunk such phenomena, claiming that it is based on flawed research or misinterpreted data. This creates doubt and confusion, discouraging people from exploring the potential of these abilities and dismissing them as mere pseudoscience. It also discourages further study of the phenomena. Consumerism takes people away from their inner self. The constant bombardment of advertising and marketing messages distracts people from their inner connection to the quantum field. It encourages them to seek fulfillment in external possessions rather than internal awareness, keeping them trapped in a cycle of wanting more and never being satisfied. The truth is, everything you need is already inside of you. Technology allows people to stay inside all day. The overuse of technology creates a sense of separation and isolation from nature and other beings, further disconnecting people from the interconnectedness of all things. Spending hours staring at screens, lost in virtual realities, can create a sense of detachment from the physical world and the natural rhythms of life. This disconnect can make it more difficult to access your intuition, your creativity, and your connection to the quantum field. Are you living in the real world or in a digital one? How can we become reconnected to the quantum field? How can we reclaim our birthright and become the conscious co-creators we were meant to be? By reconnecting, we can be free. Free from the limitations of our minds, free from the control of the elite, and free to create the lives we truly desire. It's a journey of self-discovery, a process of peeling back the layers of illusion and uncovering the truth of who you are. Practice meditation and visualization to connect with the quantum field and manifest your desires. Meditation quiets the mind, allowing you to access deeper states of awareness where you can connect with the quantum field. Visualization allows you to create a clear mental picture of your desired reality, imprinting it onto the quantum field and attracting it into your life. It is your tool for creating what you wish. Cultivate a sense of wonder and curiosity about the mysteries of the universe, embracing the unknown and exploring the potential of quantum reality. Approach life with an open mind, always seeking to learn and grow. The more you explore, the more you will discover the infinite possibilities that lie within you and the universe. Keep exploring, chosen one. Connect with nature, spending time in natural environments to reconnect with the Earth's energy and the interconnectedness of all things. Nature has a way of grounding you, of reminding you of your connection to something larger than yourself. It can help to restore your energy, clear your mind, and open you up to the wisdom of the quantum field. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Engage in practices that promote intuition and inner guidance, such as journaling, dream analysis, and connecting with your higher self. Your intuition is your inner compass, guiding you towards your true path. Learn to trust your gut feelings, to listen to the whispers of your soul. Your higher self is your connection to the divine, offering you wisdom, guidance, and unconditional love. It's time to connect. The universe is on your side. The forces of creation are conspiring to support you, to guide you, and to help you manifest your dreams. All you have to do is believe, to trust, and to take action towards your goals. The time has come to unleash your quantum potential. Chosen one, what if an ancient artifact holds the key to unlocking the secrets of creation and reclaiming your divine power? A secret the elite have guarded for centuries. What if this object could grant you unimaginable control? The Emerald Tablet is an ancient alchemical text attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary figure who is said to have possessed profound wisdom and knowledge of the universe. This tablet, said to be inscribed with secret alchemical formulas, holds the key to unlocking the hidden powers of the universe. Some say that it doesn't exist at all, but there are plenty of whispers of it still. It contains profound wisdom about the nature of reality, the interconnectedness of all things, and the power of consciousness to shape the world. It teaches that everything is connected, that there is a divine order to the universe, and that you have the power to consciously create your reality. It offers access to infinite possibilities. The principles of the Emerald Tablet empower you to understand the laws of the universe and consciously create your reality. It teaches that everything is vibration, that like attracts like, and that you can transform your life by changing your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs. It all starts with your mindset. It teaches that we are all one, that everything is interconnected, and that your actions have a ripple effect on the entire universe. It emphasizes the importance of compassion, empathy, and service to others, recognizing that by helping others, you are also helping yourself. We're all in this together. The Hermetic Initiate is someone who studies and applies the principles of the Emerald Tablet. They have learned to master their minds, to control their emotions, and to align their actions with their divine purpose. They are alchemists of the soul, transforming themselves and the world around them. Perhaps you've met one. Refer to a modern-day alchemist, someone who has mastered the art of transmutation. They are not just changing lead into gold, but transforming their own lives and the lives of others through the power of consciousness. They are living proof that the principles of the Emerald Tablet are still relevant and powerful today. There are plenty of people who transform their own lives and the lives of others. Some people didn't want others to read these teachings. But why? What did they gain by suppressing these secrets? Alchemists have been targeted for centuries. Throughout history, alchemists and Hermetic scholars have been persecuted for their knowledge, their beliefs, and their challenge to the established order. They were seen as a threat to the power of the church and the state, and their teachings were suppressed, distorted, or even destroyed. Knowledge can be dangerous. The power of transmutation was seen as dangerous to the elite because it threatened their control over resources and their ability to manipulate the masses. If everyone had the ability to create wealth and abundance, the elite would lose their power. They sought to maintain their control by keeping this knowledge hidden. It wasn't just power that they held, it was knowledge. Religious dogma and censorship were used to discredit Hermetic teachings and prevent them from spreading, claiming that the writings are heretical, labeling them as dangerous or occult, and forbidding people from studying them were all tactics used to suppress this knowledge. Fear was a powerful tool. They twisted the messages to suit their needs. The elite used fear to make it look bad. They created scary stories about alchemists and Hermetic scholars, portraying them as sorcerers, devil worshippers, and mad scientists. This created a climate of fear and distrust, discouraging people from exploring these teachings for themselves. It's an easy way to make people back away. In history, only rich people could read. By controlling access to education, the elite ensured that only a select few could access the knowledge contained within the Emerald Tablet and other Hermetic texts. This created a system of intellectual inequality, where the masses were kept in ignorance while the elite maintained their power and control. It was another tool for their manipulation. What does manipulation look like in the world of today? What tactics are being used to twist and corrupt the sacred knowledge of the Emerald Tablet? False teachers are selling secrets. often appropriating hermetic principles for self-serving purposes, twisting them to justify greed, materialism, and the pursuit of personal power. They exploit people's desire for enlightenment, promising them quick and easy solutions to their problems while leading them down a path of deception. Be wary of those who promise easy answers, claiming that all is mind justifies doing bad things. Such oversimplifications can be used to justify unethical behavior, as people believe they can simply manifest their way out of any consequences. This distorts the true meaning of mentalism, which emphasizes the importance of aligning your thoughts with ethical principles and serving the greater good. Always consider the impact of your actions. Corporate language misuses hermetic principles to sell things, despite the harm it causes. They exploit the power of manifestation to create a culture of consumerism, encouraging people to believe that they can buy their way to happiness. They will sell things, despite the harm it causes. They prioritize profit over people, perpetuating a system of exploitation and inequality. Profit is all that matters to them. The law of attraction is often used to justify greed and materialism. It is an excuse for excess, rather than a tool for personal growth and transformation. This distorts the true meaning of the law of attraction, which emphasizes the importance of aligning your thoughts with positive emotions and taking inspired action towards your goals. Be mindful of your intentions. What are the most true principles? What guiding lights can help us navigate the distortions and reclaim the true wisdom of the Emerald Tablet? Wisdom is needed, now more than ever. The ability to discern truth from falsehood, to see through the deceptions of the elite, and to embody the principles of the Emerald Tablet in your daily life. You are needed, chosen one. Study the Emerald Tablet and other hermetic texts with discernment and critical thinking. Don't just accept everything you read at face value. Question everything, analyze the information, and seek out multiple perspectives. Develop your own understanding of these principles based on your own experience and intuition. Always be a student. Apply the principles of correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, gender, and mentalism to your daily life, seeking to understand the underlying patterns and laws of the universe. These principles offer a framework for understanding how the universe works and how you can consciously create your reality. Embrace these universal laws. Practice alchemy, transforming your inner world of thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, aligning yourself with the highest good and manifesting your divine potential. Transform yourself and transform the world around you. Share your wisdom with others, helping them to awaken to their own potential and reclaim their own power. Be a beacon of light in a world of darkness, guiding others towards truth, love, and liberation. It's time to step into your role. The truth is out there for you to see, but only if you are willing to open your eyes, to challenge your beliefs, and to step outside the matrix of control. Your destiny awaits. Chosen one, is your life simply random, or are you on a journey to something greater? What if your challenges are not obstacles, but stepping stones on a path toward fulfilling your divine purpose? The hero's journey is a path of growth that takes you to the heights of enlightenment. It is a universal pattern of transformation, a narrative archetype that appears in myths, legends, and stories across cultures and throughout history. It's a map for navigating the challenges of life and unlocking your full potential. Your journey is a calling, a quest, and a test. Taking the journey will make an individual an enemy of the elite. The hero's journey always challenges the status quo. It disrupts the established order, and it threatens the power of those who seek to control the masses. By embarking on your own journey of self-discovery and empowerment, you will inevitably come into conflict with those who want to keep you trapped in the matrix of control. This is the cost of freedom. The everyday hero is someone who dares to step outside the confines of their ordinary life and embark on a journey of self-discovery, growth, and transformation. It can be anyone. They may not possess superhuman powers, but they possess the courage, the determination, and the resilience to overcome obstacles, challenge the status quo, and ultimately fulfill their divine purpose. You can be this hero. Consider an ordinary individual who defies expectations, overcomes adversity, and inspires others to do the same. They serve as a beacon of hope, demonstrating that anyone can achieve greatness, regardless of their background or circumstances. They are a living testament to the power of the human spirit. They will be a legend forever. There will always be forces that seek to stop you. But why? What are the tactics they use to derail you from your path? Temptations or distractions? The elite use various tactics to divert you from your purpose. They dangle shiny objects in front of you, tempting you with promises of wealth, power, and pleasure, anything to distract you. These diversions are designed to keep you from focusing on your true goals and from challenging the status quo. These diversions are intended to separate you from purpose. The elite want to keep you from achieving your goals, from fulfilling your potential, and from making a positive impact on the world. They fear your power, and they will do everything in their power to keep you from realizing it. Remember why you started. Hardships can lead to bitterness, which is another weapon they use. The elite create hardship and suffering to break your spirit, to make you lose hope, and to turn you against yourself and others. They seek to create a climate of fear and division, making it difficult for you to unite and work towards a common goal. Hardships can test and form a person. They are designed to challenge your beliefs, to push you to your limits, and to force you to confront your fears. By facing these challenges head-on, you will emerge stronger, wiser, and more resilient than ever before. Use the hardships to grow. Consider war. It's a classic example of this tactic, as the elite use conflict and violence to divide and conquer, to control resources, and to maintain their power. War distracts people from the real issues, it destroys communities, and it creates a climate of fear and distrust. It's a tool of oppression designed to keep the masses enslaved. Don't fall into the trap. The world has developed new ways to keep you from your journey. So, what do they look like? What are the modern derailment traps that the elite have laid for you? Shiny object syndrome is focused on moving from thing to thing, constantly chasing the next new idea, the next new opportunity, the next new trend, without ever fully committing to anything. This keeps you from building momentum, from developing expertise, and from achieving lasting success. Focus on what matters. A specific example is when you are focusing on things that will bring short-term wealth, rather than on pursuing your passions, developing your skills, and building meaningful relationships. The elite want you to be focused on instant gratification, on quick fixes, and on superficial success. This distracts you from the true source of abundance, which lies within you. Be aware of the long term. People are isolated, and they aren't able to form meaningful connections. The elite promote a culture of individualism, competition, and self-reliance, making it difficult for people to connect with each other on a deeper level. This isolates you, it weakens your sense of community, and it makes you more vulnerable to manipulation and control. Relationships are power. It is important to use self-care. It allows the hero to keep going. It is not selfish. It is essential for maintaining your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. The elite want you to be exhausted, stressed, and depleted so that you are less likely to resist their control. Take care of yourself, chosen one. Can we beat these derailments? Can we stay on our path, even when the forces of opposition seem overwhelming? The answer lies in embracing our quest, in committing to our journey, and in embodying the qualities of the hero. Everyone can be the hero. Your path awaits you. Acknowledge your fears, for these will try to keep you from moving forward. The elite want you to be afraid, for fear is a powerful tool of control. But by acknowledging your fears, by confronting them head-on, you can strip them of their power. Don't let fear dictate your choices. Find a mentor who can offer guidance and support, drawing on their wisdom and experience to navigate the challenges of the path. They can provide encouragement, perspective, and accountability, helping you to stay on track and to overcome obstacles. Learn from those who have walked the path before you. Celebrate your successes, no matter how small. Acknowledge your progress, appreciate your accomplishments, and reward yourself for your efforts. This will keep you motivated, inspired, and committed to your journey. Every step forward is a victory. Help other people on their journeys. By sharing your wisdom, offering your support, and empowering others to fulfill their potential, you are not only making a positive impact on the world, but also strengthening your own resolve and reaffirming your commitment to your quest. Lift others as you rise. The journey is worth it. The path may be challenging, but the rewards are immeasurable. By embracing your quest, by committing to your journey, and by embodying the qualities of the hero, you can unlock your full potential, fulfill your divine purpose, and transform the world. Embrace your heroic quest. The point is, it is now time to unleash the power within. All that's left is the steps you must take to unleash your God-given power. Your purpose is yours to claim. It is not something to be found, but something to be created, something to be manifested, something to be lived. What will you do next? Chosen one, within you lies a vast reservoir of untapped potential, a unique combination of gifts, talents, and experiences that the elite desperately want you to ignore. What power can be unlocked? Untapped potential is the unique blend of talents, skills, and passions residing within each of you, often hidden beneath layers of self-doubt, societal conditioning, and fear. It is the raw material of your divine purpose, the source of your unique contribution to the world. It's not about being better than anyone else. It's about fully expressing who you were created to be. What the elite fear is that these talents are powerful. Recognizing and unlocking this potential is an act of rebellion against the forces that seek to control you. It's an assertion of your inherent worth, a declaration that you refuse to be limited by the expectations of others. When you embrace your unique gifts, you become truly free, empowered to contribute to the world in a way that only you can. It is about becoming the most authentic version of yourself. The gifted one is not someone with extraordinary abilities, but someone who dares to embrace their ordinary gifts with extraordinary passion and dedication. They are not afraid to be different, to stand out from the crowd, to challenge the status quo. They understand that their unique perspective is a valuable asset, a key to unlocking new possibilities and creating a better world. Embrace what makes you different. Consider J.K. Rowling. Before stunning the banking world, she faced countless rejections, her manuscript deemed unmarketable by publishers. But she persevered, driven by her passion for storytelling and her unwavering belief in her unique vision. Now she is a global icon, her books having touched the hearts and minds of millions, proving that even the most unlikely individuals can achieve extraordinary success by embracing their gifts. Throughout history, society has often tried to squash the unique gifts of the individual, molding people into uniform cogs in a machine designed to serve the interests of the powerful. Don't fall for it. Forced assimilation, the suppression of indigenous cultures, and the imposition of dominant ideologies are all examples of this insidious trend. In some cultures, people were forced to adopt certain religions, suppressing their traditional spiritual practices and disconnecting them from their ancestral wisdom. This was not about promoting genuine faith, but about consolidating power and controlling the narrative. It's a story that has repeated itself throughout time. This limitation is directly connected to the consolidation of power. By limiting people's ability to think for themselves, to express their creativity, and to connect with their inner guidance, the elite benefit from a population that is easier to control, manipulate, and exploit. The less you know, the easier you are to manage. Consider the historical limitations placed on women. In some cultures, women were prevented from reading or writing, denied access to education, and relegated to subservient roles. This was not about protecting women, but about suppressing their intellectual potential and preventing them from challenging the patriarchal power structure. When one segment of the population is held down, everyone suffers. Destroying individuality is essential for ensuring subservience. Enslaved people were not allowed to read, for literacy was seen as a threat to the system of oppression. Knowledge is power, and the elite understood that an educated population would be more likely to resist their control. This is why censorship and propaganda are always tools of tyranny. Conscription, the forced enlistment of individuals into military service, is another example of the suppression of individuality. Young people are stripped of their identities, forced to conform to a rigid code of conduct, and trained to kill and be killed in the name of a cause they may not even understand. Their individuality is sacrificed for the sake of the state, their potential for creativity and innovation stifled. Are people really free? The modern world has even more subtle methods of promoting conformity, techniques that are often invisible to the untrained eye. What are those methods? Groupthink, the psychological phenomenon where the desire for harmony and conformity within a group overrides critical thinking and independent judgment, is a powerful tool of suppression. The desire to be in the majority often overrides logic and reason, leading individuals to suppress their own doubts and concerns in order to avoid conflict or rejection. Have you ever experienced this? People will say something they don't believe to be accepted, agreeing with the majority even when they know it's wrong. They fear being ostracized, ridiculed, or excluded from the group. This creates a culture of intellectual dishonesty where people are afraid to speak their minds and challenge the status quo. It's a silent epidemic. This conformity makes people unhappy, stifling their creativity, limiting their potential, and preventing them from living authentic lives. They feel trapped, unfulfilled, and disconnected from their true selves. This is the price of conformity, the sacrifice of individuality on the altar of social acceptance. Don't be afraid to go your own way. Thinking for yourself, cultivating critical thinking, and questioning everything are essential for breaking free from the chains of conformity and reclaiming your individuality. It allows for a more accurate worldview. It empowers you to see through the deceptions of the elite, to resist their manipulation, and to create a life that is aligned with your values and your purpose. How can the chains of conformity be broken? Recognize your gifts, embrace your individuality, and you will be free. Explore your passions, those activities that ignite your soul and fill you with joy. Pursue your interests, those subjects that fascinate you and expand your mind. Don't be afraid to try new things, to step outside your comfort zone, and to discover hidden talents you never knew you had. You are full of surprises. Identify your strengths, those natural abilities and skills that come easily to you. Focus on developing these strengths, honing them, and using them to make a positive impact on the world. Don't waste your time trying to be someone you're not. Be the best version of yourself. Embrace what makes you different, those quirks, eccentricities, and unique perspectives that set you apart from the crowd. Don't try to fit in, to conform to the expectations of others. Celebrate your individuality, for it is your greatest asset. Share your gifts with the world, using your talents and abilities to serve others, to create beauty, and to inspire hope. Don't hoard your gifts, don't keep them hidden away. Let them shine, let them illuminate the path for others. What can you share with the world? Your gifts are needed by the world. The world is waiting for you to step into your power, to embrace your individuality, and to make your unique contribution. Don't be afraid to be yourself, for that is the greatest gift you can give. Chosen one, what if you are meant to be something great? What if everything you've been through has prepared you for something more? Divine sovereignty is the recognition that you are a unique expression of the divine, a spark of the infinite intelligence that created the universe. It is understanding that you have inherent worth, that you are valuable simply because you exist. It is knowing that you are not a puppet of fate, but a co-creator of your reality. It is time to awaken. Embracing this sovereignty empowers you to take control of your life, to make conscious choices that align with your values and your purpose. Your power is yours to reclaim. You are no longer a victim of circumstance, but a master of your own destiny. You have the power to create the life you desire, to manifest your dreams, and to transform the world around you. The sovereign being knows that they create their own reality, taking responsibility for their thoughts, their emotions, and their actions. They understand that their inner world shapes their outer world, and they strive to cultivate a mindset of abundance, gratitude, and love. They are not afraid to challenge the status quo, to stand up for what they believe in, and to create a better world for all. You are powerful. Consider modern examples. Sovereign beings work to make the world better, promoting peace, justice, and equality. They are not content to sit on the sidelines, to passively accept the injustices of the world. They are actively engaged in creating a more compassionate, sustainable, and equitable future for all. Be a sovereign being. There have always been people seeking to hold you down, to undermine your power, and to steal your sovereignty. What are their tactics? The divine right of kings, the belief that monarchs derive their authority directly from God, is a classic example of elites claiming they have a right to rule over others. This doctrine has been used to justify tyranny, oppression, and the exploitation of the masses for centuries. But there is only one true God. This control can corrupt, leading to abuse of power, disregard for the needs of the people, and the suppression of dissent. Those who claim to have a divine right to rule often become arrogant, entitled, and out of touch with the realities of ordinary people. This is why unchecked power is always dangerous. Limiting individual spiritual expression, dictating you must worship this way, is another tactic used to control the masses. By imposing a rigid set of beliefs and practices, the elites seek to suppress individual intuition, creativity, and spiritual growth. They want to control your connection to the divine, to dictate your relationship with God. You are free to connect how you choose, to explore your own path to enlightenment, and to develop your own relationship with the divine. There is no one right way to worship, no single path to spiritual fulfillment. Your connection to the divine is a personal and sacred journey, and no one has the right to tell you how to experience it. Limiting the power of the individual is a common theme. Anytime someone tries to control your thoughts, your emotions, or your actions, they are attempting to steal your sovereignty. Be vigilant, be aware, and be prepared to defend your right to be yourself. Your freedom depends on it. It's tough to swim against the tide, to resist the pressure to conform, and to reclaim your divine sovereignty in a world that often seems to reward subservience and obedience. But what happens if you fail? Blind faith in authority, the unquestioning acceptance of the pronouncements of those in positions of power, is a dangerous trap. When you blindly believe what you're told, you surrender your own critical thinking abilities, your own intuition, and your own connection to the divine. You become a puppet, dancing to the tune of the elite. Trusting those who seem to be in charge, without questioning their motives or their actions, can lead to disastrous consequences. History is littered with examples of leaders who abused their power, betrayed their people, and led their nations down the path of destruction. Always be skeptical, always be discerning, and always trust your own inner guidance. Discernment is required. It is the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, to see through the deceptions of the elite, and to make informed decisions based on your own wisdom and intuition. Develop your discernment, for it is your most powerful weapon against manipulation and control. Trusting authority can hurt, leading to disillusionment, betrayal, and the loss of faith in humanity. But even in the face of such disappointment, it is essential to maintain your own sovereignty, to continue to question everything, and to never surrender your belief in the power of truth, love, and justice. The world needs you. Can we become truly free? It takes self-work, commitment, and courage to reclaim your divine sovereignty and live a life of purpose and authenticity. Connect to your inner guidance, that still, small voice within that knows the truth. Listen to your intuition, trust your gut feelings, and follow the whispers of your soul. Your inner guidance is your compass, leading you towards your true destiny. Question everything, challenge the status quo, and refuse to accept anything at face value. Do your own research, seek out multiple perspectives, and develop your own understanding of the world. Never stop learning, never stop growing, and never stop questioning. Take responsibility for your life, for your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. Stop blaming others, stop making excuses, and start creating the life you desire. You have the power to change your reality, to manifest your dreams, and to transform the world around you. Step into your power. Trust yourself, believe in your abilities, and have faith in your journey. You are capable of amazing things, you are destined for greatness, and you are loved beyond measure. Believe in yourself, and the universe will conspire to help you achieve your dreams. It sets you free. Reclaiming your divine sovereignty is the key to unlocking your full potential, fulfilling your divine purpose, and creating a life of joy, abundance, and fulfillment. It is the path to liberation, the journey to self-mastery, and the ultimate expression of your true self. Everything is coming together, chosen one. The time is now. You are being called to step into your power, to embrace your sovereignty, and to create a new earth, a world of peace, justice, and love for all. Are you ready to answer the call? But we're just scratching the surface of what's possible. In the next video, we'll delve even deeper into the hidden knowledge and ancient prophecies that foretell the rise of the chosen ones and their role in transforming the world. Don't miss it. Chosen one, what if the final step on your journey requires a leap of faith into the unknown, trusting that you are guided and protected, even when the path ahead is unclear? This is where things get interesting. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the willingness to act in spite of it, trusting in a higher power and your own inner wisdom. It's about taking that first step, even when you can't see the entire staircase. It's about listening to that still, small voice within, even when the world is screaming in your ear. It's about believing in yourself, even when no one else does. This is what makes you different. This courage empowers you to overcome obstacles, embrace challenges, and manifest your destiny, defying the elite's attempts to keep you stuck in a comfort zone. They want you to be afraid, to doubt yourself, to stay small. But you are not small. You are a powerful being, capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. Dare to dream. The fearless leader isn't someone who feels no fear, but someone who has learned to master it, to use it as fuel for their journey. They've stepped outside the known to create the new, blazing a trail for others to follow. They are the visionaries, the innovators, the disruptors who challenge the status quo and create a better world. Be a fearless leader. Consider the story of Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. She had no background in fashion, no connections, and very little money. But she had a vision to create comfortable and flattering shapewear for women. She faced countless rejections, was laughed at by industry experts, and was told that her idea would never work. But she didn't give up. She trusted her intuition, she persevered through the challenges, and she ultimately created a billion-dollar empire. Now, let's turn our attention to the risks. History has no shortage of stories about the risks that leaders have taken and faced dire consequences. What happens when you speak out? Consider Socrates, the ancient Greek philosopher who was killed for corrupting the youth with his teachings. He dared to question the established norms, to challenge the authority of the state, and to encourage critical thinking. He was ultimately sentenced to death, but his ideas lived on, inspiring generations of thinkers and revolutionaries. His dissent will not be tolerated. Think about the attacks on civil rights leaders like Martin Luther Jr., King Jr., who was vilified, harassed, and ultimately assassinated for his advocacy of racial equality. The government tried to make him out to be a criminal, to discredit his message, and to silence his voice. But his dream lived on, inspiring a nation to confront its own prejudices and to strive for a more just society. This has had a chilling effect. Consider the political prisoners in certain countries who are imprisoned, tortured, and even killed for their political beliefs. They are the dissidents, the activists, the truth-tellers who dare to challenge the authority of oppressive regimes. Their stories are a reminder that freedom of speech is a precious right, one that must be defended at all costs. These stories are in the past, but the elites of today use psychological tactics to scare people. What's a modern technique? Analysis paralysis is a state of overthinking that prevents people from taking action. They spend all their time preparing for a leap, but never jumping, getting caught in a cycle of research, planning, and second-guessing, never actually taking the plunge. They become so focused on the potential risks and pitfalls that they lose sight of the potential rewards. Watching too much news can make a person afraid, constantly bombarding them with stories of violence, disaster, and political turmoil. They become convinced that the world is a dangerous place, that they are constantly at risk, and that they must take extreme measures to protect themselves. This fear can paralyze them, preventing them from living their lives to the fullest. Safetyism prevents people from living life, wrapping themselves in constant bubbles that prevent them from growth. They avoid anything that might be perceived as risky or dangerous, prioritizing safety and security above all else. They become afraid to take chances, to try new things, to step outside their comfort zone. Constant bubbles prevent an individual from growth. Everyone needs to take risks, to challenge themselves, and to push their boundaries. This is how they grow, how they learn, and how they discover their true potential. Without risk, there is no reward. How can we reclaim our bravery? These fears are there to keep you from achieving success. How can you overcome them? Identify your fears, writing them down, acknowledging them, and understanding their root causes. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid of it? What is the worst that could happen? Once you understand your fears, you can begin to address them. Create a plan, breaking down your goals into smaller, more manageable steps. This will make the process seem less daunting and more achievable. What steps can you take today to move closer to your goals? Focus on progress, not perfection. Visualize success, imagining yourself achieving your goals, feeling the emotions of success, and believing that it is possible. This will help you to overcome self-doubt and to stay motivated. See it, believe it, achieve it. Find inspiration, seeking out role models, mentors, and stories of people who have overcome similar challenges. Their experiences can provide you with hope, encouragement, and practical guidance. You are not alone. Success comes to those who leap, to those who dare to take risks, to those who refuse to be held back by their fears. Have faith, trust in yourself, and believe that anything is possible. The time is now. Chosen one, within you lies a divine being waiting to step into the world. How can you unleash this power? Ownership of divine authority is recognizing that you are a conduit for powerful things, that you are a unique expression of the divine, a spark of the infinite intelligence that created the universe. It's understanding that you have inherent worth, that you are valuable simply because you exist. Knowing you are a part of something greater helps you to achieve the impossible, to tap into a limitless source of power and potential. You are not limited by your physical form, your past experiences, or your current circumstances. You are connected to everything, to everyone, to the divine. The divine spark resides within each of us, the connection that binds us all together, making us part of something greater than ourselves. It is the source of our creativity, our compassion, and our ability to love. We are all connected. People connect to create change. They share ideas, resources, and support, amplifying their collective power and creating a ripple effect that transforms the world. Consider the power of social movements, the power of communities, and the power of collective action. Now, let's consider the elites. The elite will try to prevent you from connecting with the divine for fear of losing control. How do they control? They control a system of worship, dictating who you should worship, how you should worship, and what you should believe. They want to be the gatekeepers of your spiritual experience, controlling your access to the divine. The system demands money. By keeping people in fear, they pay, they donate, and they surrender their power to those who claim to have the answers. They become dependent on external sources for their spiritual fulfillment, rather than cultivating their own inner connection. By keeping people in fear, they pay. They promote a limited worldview, telling you that you can only believe what you can see, what you can touch, and what you can measure. They deny the existence of the spiritual realm, dismissing intuition, imagination, and faith as irrational or delusional. You can only believe what you can see. It disconnects us from the world, from our true selves, and from our divine potential, leading to feelings of isolation, emptiness, and despair. We become disconnected from our own intuition, our own inner guidance, and our own ability to create our reality. It disconnects us from the world. Not listening to intuition, ignoring the still, small voice within that knows the truth, leads us astray, causing us to make poor decisions, to pursue paths that are not aligned with our purpose, and to suffer unnecessary pain. We become disconnected from our own wisdom, our own inner compass, and our own ability to navigate life's challenges. The modern world presents new dangers. How can we avoid these pitfalls? Spiritual materialism is the pursuit of spiritual experiences, knowledge, and practices for egoic gain, rather than for genuine connection with the divine. It harms true connection. You have to buy a course to feel better, constantly seeking external validation, guidance, and approval, rather than cultivating your own inner wisdom and self-trust. You become dependent on gurus, experts, and systems, rather than developing your own direct relationship with the divine. It keeps people in a constant cycle of learning, always seeking the next teaching, the next technique, the next experience, but never fully integrating what they've learned or embodying their own truth. They become spiritual consumers rather than spiritual practitioners. Gurus are constantly trying to sell themselves, promoting their own brand, their own system, and their own unique approach to spirituality. They become more focused on building their following, increasing their revenue, and maintaining their authority than on genuinely serving the needs of their students. Can we find the path to our true selves? You must find your own light, cultivate your own inner connection, and live in alignment with your own truth. Now is the time. Meditate to connect with the divine, quieting your mind, opening your heart, and listening to the still, small voice within. This will help you to access your intuition, to receive guidance, and to connect with the source of all creation. Practice gratitude, appreciating the blessings in your life, focusing on what you have, rather than what you lack. This will help you to cultivate a mindset of abundance, to attract more good into your life, and to experience joy and contentment. Trust your intuition, listening to your gut feelings, following the whispers of your soul, and honoring your inner guidance. This will help you to make better decisions, to navigate life's challenges with greater ease, and to live a more authentic and fulfilling life. Serve others, using your gifts, talents, and abilities to make a positive impact on the world. This will help you to connect with your purpose, to experience joy and fulfillment, and to contribute to the greater good. Your future awaits, a life of joy, abundance, and fulfillment, a life of purpose, passion, and power, a life of love, light, and liberation. Believe it, claim it, and live it. It is your destiny. Step into greatness. Chosen one, as we reach the end of this journey, take heart, for what you have learned will transform you forever. This is not just the end of a video. It is the beginning of your awakening and of your power. Remember, the elite seek to suppress the hidden powers within you, your intuition, your ability to manifest, and your capacity to heal, because they fear what you can become. They fear the collective power of awakened individuals who are no longer bound by their control. But you, chosen one, are not powerless. You have the ability to reclaim these powers through ethical action, by building community with like-minded souls, and by cultivating an unwavering inner resilience that cannot be broken. By understanding these truths, by recognizing the tactics of manipulation and control, you are now equipped to break free from the matrix and fulfill your divine purpose. The benefits of this knowledge are immense: a life of purpose, a life of abundance, and a life lived in accordance with your true divine nature. You can claim a better life, a life of freedom. This awakening is not just about personal empowerment. It is about contributing to a collective shift in consciousness, a planetary transformation that will usher in a new era of peace, justice, and abundance for all. The long-term implications of reclaiming your spiritual power are far-reaching, extending beyond your individual life and impacting the very fabric of reality. This is a struggle that transcends individual boundaries. It's a universal quest for liberation from the chains of control, a fight for the very soul of humanity. The journey is hard, there will be obstacles and challenges, but it is necessary and it is worth it. You are not alone in this fight. You are part of a growing movement of awakened individuals, warriors of light who are reclaiming their power and creating a better world. You have the strength, the wisdom, and the unwavering support of the divine to overcome any obstacle, to dismantle any system of control, and to manifest a reality that reflects your highest ideals. The path may not be easy, but your divine purpose is calling. Embrace this opportunity for goodness, embrace the power that lies within you, and step into the greatness that is your birthright. Embrace your power, manifest your destiny, declare your allegiance to the divine, and let your voice be heard. Deepen your understanding of these truths, explore the ancient wisdom, and connect with the source of all creation. Share this message with others, awaken your brothers and sisters, and build a community of light that cannot be extinguished. Participate in this collective awakening, for the time is now, and the future of humanity depends on it. Chosen ones, go forth and illuminate the world with your light, for your journey awaits, and the dawn of a new era is upon us. The time is now.